then I'll say, okay, we're going to do that. All right, good morning. The clock on the wall is a liar, so we're going to ignore that. And since Silicon Valley controls our lives and tells us what time it is now, we're going to abide by Silicon Valley telling us it's 9:02 and go ahead and call to order the June 11th meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We begin this meeting as we do every meeting with a salute of our nation's flag, this time led by Todd Leopold. Thank you very much. All right. First item of business is our consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent calendar that any supervisor would like removed for discussion?
I have none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Always appreciate that affirmation. Is there any member of the public that has any item that they would like removed? Mr. Ronco, anything? You're good? Don't you have an election to run? Don't you have an election to run? Aren't you supposed to be somewhere right about now? All right, thank you. Seeing none, do we have a motion on consent?
Second.
That was motion Holmes, second Wygant. We're going to roll call, please.
Gore? Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Gustafson? Euler?
Aye. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Mr. Ronco. Public comment. This is a time when any member of the public can address the board on any item. Oh, hi, Mr. Aragon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I didn't see you there. Any member of the public can address any item not on our agenda, knowing that action cannot be taken on items raised under public comment. Please identify yourself and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Morning. I'm Scott Johnson. I live in District 5 on Bancroft Road. This is the third time I've attended your meeting and used my 3 minutes of public comment to address the Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch Specific Plan, Draft Environmental Impact Report. Specifically, last time I provided you with a hard copy of this letter prepared for the Alliance for Environmental Leadership by Schutt, Mahaly, and Weinberger and submitted as part of the public comment on this project. Last night I emailed each of you an electronic copy, and I want to thank Chairman Euler's administrative assistants. She responded last time and said that she'd received the email with the links to presentations on the citizen-initiated smart growth plan that on page 4 of this letter, it states CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, is clear that an alternative generated by the public must be considered in an EIR if 4 conditions are met. 1, the EIR fails to include any alternatives that reduce the project's significant impacts. It cites a court case there. 2, the alternative meets most of the project objectives so long as objectives are not artificially narrow, and it cites another court case. 3, the alternative eliminates or substantially reduces at least some of the project's significant environmental impacts, another court case. And lastly, the alternative is feasible, and it cites another court case. So the smart growth plan that AEL has hired Genevieve Marsh to prepare, and that I've sent you all links to so you can review it, meets all of those criteria. So I look forward to hearing back from you when you and or your staff have had a chance to review the citizen-initiated smart growth plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in Auburn want to address the board under public comment? Go ahead. I only differentiate because I think we have some folks in Tahoe who want to address us, and so.
I haven't been to one of these in about 15 years. My name is Vernon Barnes.
You were able to find a parking space, I trust?
I was. I got here an hour early.
Right.
I'm here because I live in Colfax. I live in Cape Horn area, District 5. I used to go to these meetings, especially the Planning Commission meetings, because our area only has one road in, one road out, no fire hydrants, and no fire station within 5 miles. This has been an issue for 21 years. This body and the Planning Commission in that amount of time have done absolutely nothing for the safety of the people in my community. I'll just tell you what's going on with me. My insurance, Lloyd's of London, canceled us on the 15th of May without informing us in advance because of the brush fire issue. Over the last month, I've spoken to 217 different companies and brokers to get insurance. I've been stuck with the California unfair plan, I call it, because this is something that maybe you guys don't know, but they also can cancel you, and it's not just because of non-payment of premiums. I'd like to ask everybody, what do we do when we get canceled by Cal Fair Plan? I'm disabled, I'm retired, I'm on a fixed income, and I can't afford this $7,400 that they want from me. Is the county going to help us in any way? You know, in 21 years, like I said, we haven't had a hydrant put in. We have one road in and out. And CAL FIRE has told me that don't expect them to be able to get in there in time because of that. We don't have a fire station. I'm asking this committee, this board, to please do something immediately about this issue. This is something we can't wait for. I have 4 neighbors losing their house. I am in the same situation. I will probably lose my house. This is my life savings. We've been in this for 21 years, like I say. We've been making extra payments on it. Now we're going to lose everything because nothing has been done. Please, at least look at putting hydrants in. I don't know what the cost is, but you guys been collecting, our taxes from us for 21 years. It's my understanding that you guys are still selling permits to build in this area, which is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else in Auburn want to address the board under public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go up to Tahoe. I suspect we got somebody up there. Good morning.
Good morning. Ellie Waller, you may or may not be aware I'm moving to Carson Valley, but Tahoe is still my backyard. I am a TIMBY. I will be active and participate in the public process as related to Tahoe issues. Today I'm waiting for staff to respond to a request to extend the comment period for the La Lima Lakeside Condo project. The public and local Kings Beach community are being deprived of a public meeting that we are due as part of a planned schedule to provide meaningful comments. The comment period deadline is before the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council meeting, now being postponed and scheduled for July, while the mitigated neg deck comment period ends June 14. NITRAC providing comments and having a public meeting are 2 different animals, not the same benefit to the public to have the interactive dialogue. There's no real transparency with this. The mitigated neg deck provided is insufficient to accurately and adequately assess all impacts related to the piecemeal planning effort. And furthermore, the applicant has pulled the website on the entire Ferrari redevelopment project. Where's the transparency in that? The public doesn't have the opportunity to utilize past and present information to provide meaningful comments. My request today for that extension is not extraordinary. It's a request of due process. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
All right, anybody else in Tahoe want to address the board? All right, seeing nobody in Tahoe, was there anybody else here in Auburn? I'll give you one more chance. Go ahead, sir. This is just for items not on today's agenda. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Jim Nieto. I live at 350 Riverview Drive here in Auburn. And I noticed that on the May 16th agenda for the Placer County Parks Commission, there is a recommendation for an allocation of $35,000 for an alteration to the proposed bike park just below our neighborhood. It's a very quiet neighborhood. If you've never been there, I invite you to come down there sometime, take a look, walk around anytime, day or night. Well, that addition and that change that they're proposing is basically putting in BMX jumps. And my concern is this. I don't know if you know the origin of that bike park, but I think some of you guys do because you've been here long enough, that way back when a group of kids on railroad land built jumps that were later destroyed. Somewhere along the line, ARD felt it was appropriate to give them a spot for a park. Well, I don't really have full faith in ARD with regard to their supervision abilities. Just look at the skate park and the neighbors that are impacted by that. We live in pretty much almost everybody along the canyon from my house, which is about the middle of the road down, are on fixed incomes. So it's not like we can go someplace. My concern is that the noise level and the lack of supervision at that park, in addition to the sometime take a drive down Maidu from where Riverview is, it's full of potholes. So you want to put a bike park, invite kids to a place where they're likely to break their neck just going down the road. I've lost 2 tires, and I'm an experienced bike rider, just having fun, okay? So all I want to know is I haven't been able to locate any allocation of those funds, but I'm hoping before you vote that you take a look and you talk to the neighbors, because ARD never did, the proponents of this bike park never did. So that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else? All right, this time we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will move to board member and county executive reports. Supervisor Gustafson, I believe there was something.
Yes, I had 2 items. First off, I want to introduce my new district aide, Kelly Mccoffin, and she joined the team last week. She's got, I think, 6 days under her belt now, and even newer than I am. So it's great to have Kelly aboard and working hard with all the county staff and the constituents and already coming up to speed. So wanted to welcome her to the team. And secondly, I wanted to, and it's appropriate to the comments made earlier, I wanted to brief the board that I received a call yesterday from the fire chief at North Tahoe, validating not only what I've heard in Dutch Flat, Colfax, Auburn, Meadow Vista, Tahoe. Many, many people are losing their fire insurance, and we are talking exorbitant rates. Yesterday's call came because a woman was in his office who had lost, she had a 1,200 square foot cabin, and her insurance was going up to $15,000 a year through CalFair. She's on a fixed income as well, and so what we're going to work with the fire department up there and maybe work with county staff is to look at some sort of survey so we can collect the data from people and then pass that on to the state and let them know what this is doing to our communities. People are talking about losing their homes, unable to pay their insurance, and it's a real crisis in our county, throughout the state as well. But we're going to see what numbers we can get from people, what they'll volunteer, and how we can transmit that to the insurance and state, and maybe ask for the board to send a letter, the chairman to send a letter to the state forwarding that information.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other board members have any items they wish to share? I don't see anything. And CEO's office, anything? Nope. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take up our 9:10 timed item. This is a public works item regarding our solid waste handling services agreement with Recology modification. Does this have anything to do with the MRF? Huh?
There's a tie-in with the MRF. Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering because I understand we decided to stop recycling and just going to incinerate stuff there from now on. Is that what we're
I'm not sure.
referencing the fire last week that we had at
okay.
MRF? It was a fire, stuff burned that was supposed to be a joke, but evidently it fell flat. I'm not going to quit my day job. Why don't you take over from here?
All right. Thank you, Chairman Euler. Good morning, board members. My name is Walter Schwall. I'm a senior civil engineer with Public Works
Should have
Environmental.
known. Joking with an engineer. What's that going to get you?
I'm here to request the board take the following actions related to the solid waste handling services in the western portion of Placer County. First, we'll conduct a public hearing to receive and tabulate protests on proposed garbage collection fee adjustments in the Forest Hill fee area. Second, approve the Sixth Amendment to the agreement with Recology Auburn Placer to incorporate increased garbage collection fees. And then third, make a finding that the proposed fees are exempt from environmental review. So Recology has been providing garbage collection service to the county since 1976. More recently, in April of 2013, the county entered into a new agreement with Recology for the collection of solid waste in franchise area 1 and 4, which includes unincorporated Placer County west of Colfax, including the Forest Hill Divide and the Iowa Hill Divide. Garbage collection fees consist of three components. The service component is charged by Recology for collecting and transporting garbage to the Western Regional MRF for processing, which will increase by 3.2% this year. This includes a 2.9% biannual COLA that is effective July 1st of 2019, and then it also includes a previously deferred 0.3% biannual COLA that would have been effective July 1st of 2017 had it not been deferred previously. As a note, all cost of living adjustments prior to this year's adjustment totaled 1.2% since 2013, so it's been a while since Recology's had a significant increase in their COLA. The disposal component is based on the tipping fee charged to Recology for dumping garbage at the Western Regional MRF, and will increase as it will not increase as there's no increases of the tipping fees at the MRF right now. The special fee component funds the county solid waste program is currently 7%, added on to the service and disposal components. The fee is adequate to fund the program, so there will be no change to the special fee percentage. Just some examples of, there's a table in your memo package titled Proposed Rate Increases for 2019-20 that shows the breakdown of the rate structure. Some examples, the 96 gallon toter, which is the most common residential service, is going to increase by 64 cents to $30.53, or from $30.53 to $31.17 per month, which is a 2.1% increase. The parcel fee charged to property owners in the Forest Hill fee area will increase by 38 cents from $17.98 to $18.36 per month, another 2.1% increase. And then the commercial side, the 3 cubic yard bin will increase by $5.81 from $253.93 to $259.74. All the owners in the developed property in the Forest Hill fee area of franchise area 4 have free use of the Forest Hill transfer station and are billed a basic fee to pay for the operation and maintenance of the transfer station. Those property owners were mailed a notice of the fee increases 45 days in advance of today's public hearing in compliance with Prop 218. The clerk of the board will provide a tally of all protests received from those property owners up to the time of the hearing. If the majority of affected property owners in the Forest Hill fee area file a written protest, the proposed fee increase will not be imposed in that area. If the fee increases are not imposed, Recology will still be entitled to the COLA on the service portion of the fees. And so funding from solid waste reserves would need to be used to reimburse Recology for those costs. Property owners in remaining areas of franchise 1 and 4 where collection is not mandatory and not subject to Prop 218 were notified of the fee increases in their regular billing. So at this time, we're requesting that the board take the following actions. First, conduct a public hearing to receive and tabulate protests on proposed garbage collection fee adjustments in the Forest Hill fee area of franchise area 4. Second, approve the Sixth Amendment to the Solid Waste Handling Services Agreement with Recology Auburn Placer to incorporate increased garbage collection fees charged to the public. And then third, make a finding pursuant to Public Resource Code 21080B8 that the fees are derived directly from the cost of providing service and are necessary to meet operating expenses required for maintenance of service and are therefore exempt from environmental review. So that completes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members have any questions? Seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. We'll close public hearing, and at this point, we have a tabulation of the vote.
A majority protest was not met.
Okay, thank you very much. We're being asked to approve the Sixth Amendment to the Solid Waste Handling Services Agreement with Recology. What's the pleasure of the board? All right. Holmes with the motion, Gustafson with the second. I just would editorialize that our partnership with Recology has been one of our longest running in the county and most successful partnerships with the private sector in delivering an extraordinarily high level of service. I think they've been an outstanding partner over the years. I remember during the little economic downturn that we suffered back in the 2000s that on, I want to say 3 consecutive years it was that they waived what, per our agreement, they were entitled to in terms of fee increases. And so there's just been a great partner, and not only for the county, but also in the community as well. Just wanted to share my thoughts on that. All right, we do have a motion, Holmes, and a second, Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. And finally, we're being asked to make the finding pursuant to Public Resources Code 21080B8 that the fees are derived directly from the cost of providing services and are necessary to meet the operating expenses required for maintenance of service and are therefore exempt from environmental review. Do we have a finding? We have a motion, Gustafson, and second, Holmes, to approve the finding. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. We have an update here from Mr. Story on our Middle Fork project.
Yes.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and Board. Brett Story from Public Works, here to provide you your annual update from the Middle Fork project. Supervisors Wygant and Holmes are your designated representatives, and we meet quarterly, so they probably have heard all this information before, but I'm here to update the entire board and the public on where we are. Again, purpose is to update you. Sorry, hard to read. Last year, and what I always do is talk about last year and then give you some projections for what's coming this year, was the 6th full year of Placer County Water Agency scheduling the power into the market and optimizing the water for both revenue maximization as well as regulatory requirements. There were no issues with PCWA, any of their issues. Northern California Power Agency also helps in that process, no issues with them, and the California Independent System Operator, who coordinates all that power to the entire northern state. There were no issues in either operations or payments, ran very smoothly in 18. The system availability was high and with minimal unplanned outages. On the marketing and revenue side, generation in 18 came in slightly above budgeted levels with 92% of average of the hydrology. We had a good year. Negative market prices decreased from the prior year due to below normal spring hydro generation because of the amount of water. Early cold weather pushed the winter prices to some of the highest that we'd seen all year in that year. Don't mean for you to read the budget, although the budget or the audit is available to you all. It's on our website. But the highlights, the total gross revenue was higher than forecast by 21%. And as if some of you are new, but I think I've briefed you on this, we schedule with 80% of average to be very conservative. That's why you'll see those numbers almost always higher unless during the years we were in the drought. The total expenditures and capital projects were lower than forecast by 5%. However, at the end of the year, funding was drawn from the capital reserve to fund a project, which I'll talk about here in a minute. Because of the projected cost increase, we ran into some issues on that, and so we did pull. And the next is actually the reserve accounts, which by policy we're required to fill. The operating reserve we've actually had filled for several years now. It's roughly 1 year of operations should something go down. We want to have the ability to maintain all operations because, again, it's water and power. The emergency reserve we've had full for a while, a couple of $1 million, which is really to pay for those items that we need to do immediately during an emergency and in our insurance, et cetera. And then we have a capital reserve that's generally supposed to be about $20 million. We had almost filled it, and then we had to draw down $7.8 million for a capital project for the Hellhole Dam core raise, which I'll talk about here in a minute, because we knew the price of that went from an initial estimate. They found that it wasn't entirely built properly when it was built in the 60s, kind of like me, right? The 60s, a lot of moving parts, didn't quite get them all right. So we need a remaining little over $10 million to fill that reserve. And a little bit of observations. I always try to bring this back to your board because this is by Middle Fork policy and by the bond document and by the JPA document, all three of those reserves must be fully funded before any net revenues can be distributed. And once those reserves are full, then the MFPFA, which is the Middle Fork Project Financing Authority, can choose to release funds for distribution under this formula for every dollar. And 50% goes to the debt prepayment. We started out after all the FERC relicensing with about an $88 million debt. We've been paying that down for 6 years. We're now at around $72.5 million for that debt. So again, if a dollar is distributed, 50 cents would go towards prepaying that debt down. 25 cents would go to Placer County, 25 cents would go to Placer County Water Agency. And each of your agency and their agency have the way that you've chosen to spend that dollars. We didn't get all, we were online to get that filled, and then at the end of the year, that project came up where the estimates came in because they had found, they'd actually dug down into the dam and they had found that it wasn't built properly. So now we have a larger project ahead of us. So that's kind of why that is there. An update for the project on the energy product. 100% of all the non-energy projects were sold for the year, and a portion of those in non-energy is for capacity and reserves and things that the state requires each power company to have. A small portion of that was sold to our own local CCA and Pioneer. All of the energy is sold into the CAISO market for last year. Again, that's the California market. Access to forward markets has been added, and you're going to see some of that. We have a small amount of sales, of forward sales, which is quite simply the ability to look at a market in the future and potentially make more dollars than we could have by waiting until that day. On the infrastructure side, the FERC license requirement from our past license was they had inspected the dam and this, what's being called the Hellhole Dam core raise. We've had some issues that have delayed the project. Again, they found larger problems. The engineering firm has come back with what we need to do. The cost estimates have grown due to that, and so we hope we have how much it costs, but we still won't know until they actually start in there. It's now definitely a 2-year process. We had hoped to probably do it in 1 year, but because the reservoir is so full, because there was so much snow that's still up there, that we're not going to be able to do it. It's going to take at least 2 years. We hope to get it done, and of course, whenever you have to mobilize up there, finish, and then pack it up, and then mobilize again, that's going to make it cost even more. But what we did, we completed sediment removal projects at the intake of Ralston Afterbay low-level outlet, and that's in relation to still King Fire debris several years later. It's still flowing down. We're still having issues with that. We probably will for another 5 or more years. That's just the way the earth moves. It keeps shifting and keeps flowing into our project. There was also some at North and South Fork Long Canyon diversion dams. So we did quite a bit of sediment removal this year, and that's so that not only for the water quality, but for the quality of life within. We have several species in there that are healthy, and we want to keep them healthy, and so we remove that sediment to allow that to happen. All the civil work construction for the new communication system upgrade project has been done, and it's expected that everything else gets completed, which then would allow us to have direct contact with all of those. Right now we have some relays that sometimes work depending on weather, et cetera, and it's important not only for safety, but it's important for the sale of power and the control of those devices to sell into the market. The more control you have, the more valuable your power is. So that's why that's a highlight for you. And then going forward, we are planning for large infrastructure projects to fulfill the FERC license requirements, which are coming. I think my next slide, yeah, the relicensing process. I'll bring your board to recall that everything we did was completed in 2012. All of the studies, all of the environmental work was completed and finished by 2012. We've been waiting for the state to participate. Turns out there was a court case which you folks were briefed on, and it allows FERC then to move forward now. And so FERC, we are in I say we, again, I speak as a representative on the project for the Middle Fork project. PCWA is currently working with FERC to finalize that license. We expect that license to hit possibly this fall, but definitely the implementation costs will start in 2020. Again, though, our annual license we've been working under, and we've met all those conditions, and we've been allowed to do all of the things to keep the river healthy and run power, et cetera. When we're continuing to work with the agencies, it's now being stepped up. We're actually seeing, we're trying to get cost estimates, and just like on all of your infrastructure projects here at the county, we are seeing costs extremely high in this environment, and so we expect that the cost of the project is going to go up quite a bit on the infrastructure side. With the FERC license, if it starts in 2020, we have 5 years to complete all of those projects. There's a possibility you can get a waiver, but it's a very cumbersome process to go through. So you're going to see higher capital costs than usual in those 5 years. Then after that, it would drop down tremendously to more of a maintenance mode, but we are required to do that. On the risk reduction side, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation and the Western Electric Coordinating Council manage much of the efforts that are required, and PCWA does a good job of managing with them. All the process software all have been enacted, and they are all operating at high levels. Our control center operations, which again, Northern California Power Agency functions for us, have been running very smoothly. We have had no issues. And the new insurance solution, which provides more coverage for roughly the same funding, we now have an actual amount, and so you're aware we have about $1.6 billion worth of assets in the Middle Fork project that is now as protected as it can be. There's still some discussions, much like the insurance discussion earlier, there's still, insurance companies don't know how to fully insure a dam, right? And so there are pieces of it that are insured, and we're still working with them, and we will always continue to work with them to try to figure out how we can protect ourselves. And then you'll see a little later on, I'm going to present some stuff about our forest restoration partnership project that's moving forward, which actually will start in a couple of days. On to 2019. So the hydrology, as of May 15th, the hydrology was 117% of average, and the snowpack was 195% of average. We still have snow up there. It's starting to melt finally because we have 100-degree days, but there's still snow almost everywhere. When I drove up last week, I had to move on one side of the road at French Meadows because snow was on half the road still. And that's delaying quite a few things, but it's a good thing to have that much up there. The reservoirs are full now. They've begun to spill. That spilling probably will last until late July as this snow starts melting. We are trying to, we run power at every positive hour, and as you'll recall, there are negative hours due to as much solar saturation as there is in the market. There are times when they would charge us to produce energy, and so we just let the water flow. The good news is that water flowing down will help clear out the river for environmental purposes for all the species, so we're still gaining benefit from that. There will be 7 days of a week for rafting. Should you choose to go, it's a wonderful ride. It's going to be cold water, though, all year long, so be safe, and those folks always make you wear your life preservers. On the energy market side, the market prices should remain steady compared to last year. We had a lot of fluctuations last year. Well, obviously, with an abundance of hydro generation and mild temperatures for the spring, we had quite a few negative market prices, but again, we're well positioned to shut off and not produce then and move things around with our flexible resources. The solar market creates soft market pricing. It's not as dramatic as last year. CAISO's doing a better job at that, but we expect higher third quarter prices this year than what we're seeing now. On the revenue side, precipitation is obviously well above average. Energy prices are slightly higher than forecasted. The net effect for this year is that we expect to double the forecasted budget in revenue. So that is important. It obviously makes revenue, but as I briefed you earlier, we have a lot of costs for capital projects and infrastructure that's coming and will be expected to be spent over the next 5 years, so it's really good timing for all of that. On the natural gas prices caused record-setting energy prices in February 19, and a monthly revenue of $10 million in 1 month. That's the highest ever on this project we saw in that month, so it was really exciting. It's gone down since then, but again, revenue is revenue. I will inform the board, there are possible Middle Fork project distributions that would come in 2020. Again, we will know more once we see what those Q3 prices are, but more importantly, once we get some of the more of the detailed project estimates and our October budget is approved, we will have a better idea, and then certainly that it won't be known until sometime in January, and then the Middle Fork Finance Authority Board would vote in the April once the audit's done, if there are such distributions. But I did want to let you know that there's possible distributions for next year. So I wouldn't write a check yet. I would wait, and let's see what that is. We'll be spending more time later in the year from our JPA board discussing that. And then I always like to remind the board that that chart, which looks like a heartbeat, that is the water and power combined for the life of the project. There's a line down the middle which is called, you know, the mean, the average, whatever you want to call it. We believe only twice in its 50-plus year history has it ever come close to that. But that's just how volatile this is. So the revenues flow from that. And so we have an average year of about 1 million megawatt hours that we can sell. Last year we sold 841,000. This year we're expecting 1.25 million megawatt hours. With that, I will answer any questions. And on the left, that water, that is the beautiful water that's actually flowing out of the French Meadows Reservoir. And it's absolutely gorgeous right now. And then on the right is the work that we had done part of last year on the Hellhole Dam core raise, where they actually dug down into it. Since then, we've covered it up and it's back to working normally. And actually, the water is at that level also and is spilling there. So I'll happy to entertain any questions I have.
Wonderful. All right. Board members have any questions on this very thorough update? I don't see any board member questions. Any members of the public have any questions? Thank you, and we look forward to hopefully a positive report when it comes time to possibly doing a distribution.
Great. Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you, Brett. All right. We can move on to our 9:30 timed item. This is a CEDRA item conducting a third-party appeal of the Newcastle Wedding Gardens conditional use permit modification.
Good morning, Chairman and Board members. E. Giavaldi with the Planning Services Division. I am here today with Delaney Farnham, who is going to be presenting this item.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Delaney Farnham with the Planning Services. Today we bring before you a third-party appeal of the Newcastle Wedding Gardens conditional use permit modification. The Newcastle Wedding Gardens is located at 950 Taylor Road in Newcastle, approximately 1 mile west of the Highway 193 and Taylor Road intersection, and just over 1 mile from the Newcastle Road exit off Interstate 80. Adjacent land uses to the north and east include a cemetery operated by the Newcastle Rockland Gold Hill Cemetery District and the Newcastle Portuguese Hall. Land uses to the west and south all include residential land uses. The property is zoned residential agriculture with a combining minimum build site of 100,000 square feet. The parcel totals 11.8 acres, and all surrounding properties are zoned RA B100. The project site is already developed as an existing facility to host weddings and special celebrations. The site plan identifies paved parking for 63 spaces. This also includes ADA spaces. There are courtyard areas for outdoor ceremonies, associated landscaping, and an existing 2,550 square foot renovated barn to host indoor receptions. The requested conditional use permit modification would change the total number of events from 60 events per year down to 59 events per year. This reduction is to satisfy a state requirement for public water systems, and also to modify operations from April 1st to October 15th to a year-round operation. All operations would continue to take place within the existing built areas and in accordance with the approved conditional use permit conditions of approval. This item was heard previously at the March 28th Planning Commission hearing. During that hearing, 4 neighbors spoke in opposition. The issues that were brought up concerned enforcing of existing conditions of approval, traffic and parking issues, and noise. After deliberation, the Planning Commission voted 6-0 to approve the conditional use permit modification and found that the project was exempt from CEQA. Following the hearing, we did receive a letter of appeal on April 5th, 2019. Staff's response to the appeal includes topics such as traffic, noise, and enforcements of the existing conditional use permit. So just to touch on some of these topics, regarding the traffic, the appellants attest that events have been so large that cars were parking along Taylor Road And they also suggested the facility may require a dedicated turn lane due to the traffic and speed on Taylor Road. Staff response was that existing parking was designed for the approved capacity of the allowed number of guests, and event parking was required to be accommodated on-site. No off-site parking was allowed or permitted along Taylor Road or along any other private or public right-of-ways. As approved, the existing operation does not require a dedicated eastbound turn lane on Taylor Road. The proposed project modification does not increase the number of events, number of guests, and therefore does not increase traffic or vehicle trips. The proposed project modification is consistent with the previously approved construction of the parking lot. So when the parking lot was improved, it was approved with improvement plans and to county standards, which include acceleration and deceleration tapers onto Taylor Road without requiring a turn lane. Other issues brought up were concerning the noise. There were after-hour noise coming from cars and people leaving the facility. Neighbors did attempt to coordinate amongst themselves to fix the noise issue. Staff response was that the standard practice for the affected party would be to contact the Sheriff's Department during the event and then to follow up with code enforcement with an official complaint if there's a chronic ongoing issue. Staff confirmed that both the Sheriff's Department and the Code Compliance Department do have decibel meters available to enforce noise conditions. The Newcastle Wedding Gardens does have hours of operations limited to Friday and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Staff infers the conditions to be specific to the operations of events and that normal business operations may occur after those hours, such as people leaving and cleaning up of the facility. Another concern regarded music coming from the barn. We do have a condition that all reception music shall be confined to the interior of the barn. The current operation has speakers mounted to the interior walls of the barn and are not placed outside. The barn, which holds reception, has two doors, one large door identified on the site plan as the barn door facing south to Taylor Road, and a set of French doors facing east along the cemetery property there. The condition does not require that these doors be closed during events, but that the music stay within the interior of the barn. Another issue regarding enforcement, the appellants questioned how the conditional use permit conditions will be enforced and asked what recourse would be available if continued violations occur. If operations occur outside of the conditions of the conditional use permit, code compliance would be the appropriate entity to enforce those conditions. The operator is required to follow the conditions of approval, and revocation of the use permit may occur if compliance is not achieved. If violations continue to occur, submitting a formal complaint to code enforcement would be the proper recourse, and there has not been any code compliance complaints received since 2007 on this project. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the third-party appeal, uphold the Planning Commission decision to approve the Newcastle Wedding Gardens conditional use permit modification, and to find the project categorically exempt from CEQA. I'm available if there's any questions.
All right, board members have any questions of staff prior to hearing from the appellants? I do. So the application was to reduce the overall number of events by one.
Correct.
And to modify the current restriction on events, which I believe is from April to October.
Correct.
To allow for year-round.
That is right.
So right now, folks are allowed, or the current operator is allowed 60 events in 7 months.
Yes.
And they're looking to do 59 spread over 12 months.
That's correct.
Does, would seem to me, as somebody who occasionally goes to events, that, pardon me, the events in the winter time are more likely to be contained indoors?
Yeah, that would be correct. Most likely these events, they do have outdoor ceremonies. That would probably taper down in the wetter, colder months, and that the use of the of the renovated barn would be the primary use during the winter.
So right now, the operation has 60 events just over 7 months, which are all the nicer months, which are more inclined to have people outdoors and voices heard outdoors and music outdoors. And now we're looking at reducing the number of events by 1.
Yes.
And introducing events in November, December, January, February, which are colder and wetter, which are more likely to result in indoor events as opposed to events where the barn doors are open.
Correct.
Does staff then believe that this is a less intense use of the site overall in terms of impacts on neighbors and all the rest?
Yeah, we viewed the modification as a less intensified use. We're spreading out lowering the number of events by 1 and spreading them out over a 12-month period. Therefore, we don't believe there's going to be any increase to, traffic, noise, things like that. So we do see it as a less intensified use.
Okay. That's the only question I have.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no other questions by board members, we will hear from the appellants at this point. And is there anybody designated to speak on behalf of the appellants or the appellants in general here to speak?
There's 2 of us here.
Okay.
3 weren't able to make it.
Okay. Well, if you would, please go ahead and step right on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dave Jennings, and I live on Azores Lane, to the west of Newcastle Wedding Gardens. Hopefully you all have the exhibits with you. Most of these exhibits were taken directly from the Newcastle Wedding Gardens website. The last 2 are satellite views of the areas. Delaney already put some of those up, similar ones up there. We're just asking that the modification to the conditional use permit that was approved in March be reversed. We have tried to work with Matt Mermod, who oversees the operations at the Wedding Gardens, by texting him when the noise is loud. But unfortunately, nothing has changed. Mr. Mermod has not shown that he is willing to be a good neighbor and has flagrantly violated the current permit. He has held numerous events, probably between 10 and 20, between October 16th, which is off when it ends, and May 30th of this year, when according to the current permit, no events are permitted. He has always seemed to have another excuse why the music is loud. We're asking that this modification not be approved, as we fear that Mr. Mermod will continue to violate any permit that is in place. I'm sure you're all familiar with Amphitheater Seating. That's kind of how we live. The Newcastle Wedding Gardens is more in a valley. We're kind of up on a little hill above. Sound travels up. So just like at a concert, if you've been to a concert, that's how it is. So there's 3 points I'd like to make regarding clarification of the existing permit. One is fairly lengthy, but the current permit states on page 1, all reception and celebration music shall be confined to the interior of the barn. Delaney already brought that up, and if you look at the pictures on exhibits A, B, and C, you'll see that the barn doors are open. There's 2 sliding barn doors, which are large. The speakers may be inside. These barn doors actually face kind of east, southeast. They're actually face away from where we live. And there's still times that inside our house with our windows and doors shut, and my wife and I don't watch a lot of TV, but Sheila over here, they have the TV on, they can still hear the bass above the sound of the TV. So, let's see here. So on the Wedding Gardens website, it states that 2 sliding barn doors are for indoor and outdoor dining and entertaining, and music certainly is part of the entertaining. Entertaining outside certainly does not fall under the guidelines of music being confined to the interior of the barn as stated in the current permit. If you look at Exhibit B, the highlighted area states there is indoor-outdoor dining with dining available both outdoors and indoors, and barn doors open so that, quote, guests may enjoy an al fresco dining in our quaint courtyard, unquote. If you look at Exhibit E, their website advertises various events, and again, it advertises events both indoor and out. And if you look at Exhibits F, G, and H, which are photos from the website of Newcastle Wedding Gardens, there is currently seating outside the barn with the barn doors open, which shows that music can't be confined to the barn. Exhibit H is a photo from the website clearly showing people dancing inside the barn with the doors wide open. If there is dancing, there is music, and again, the music is clearly not confined to the interior of the barn. Now, the exhibits K and L are the satellite views. You can see the barn on exhibit K. The sliding doors will be on the right under where it says gardens and faces away from our homes. There's two smaller doors on the north side and also shown in exhibit J, and they open to a courtyard, and I believe there's additional seating out there. We aren't sure if these doors are left open during receptions, but probably are. I looked at Google Maps, and the barn is roughly about 800 feet from our residences. So that's a fair distance to be able to hear all this music, or basically the bass is usually what we hear in the DJ. So by making sure the doors are not kept open, we feel that Mr. Murmott can have the music he wants while not annoying his neighbors. We're recommending that self-closing doors be installed or the current doors modified to ensure this. We realize that people will be coming and going. There might be brief bits of noise, but it wouldn't be a continuous noise. It looks like Mr. Murmott has changed on the website mostly the maximum amount of guests. The current permit says 120. There was numerous pages before that said 130, and that's all been changed except for one that says, one still says 130 maximum. And we'd like clarification on that. The current permit, because of, as Delaney mentioned, after the end times, we still have noise, we still have cleanup from the crew that's there. We have people leaving, occasionally cars peeling out rubber, people yelling, people screaming, honking their horns. And this will go on for an hour or so after the quote-unquote end time. So we'd actually like to change the end time to an hour earlier on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. So from Friday and Saturday to 9 p.m. as an end time, and Sundays to 7. And that we should feel that the end time should reflect when everyone is out and the gates are locked, not just the wedding to be over. The sound meters, we called the sheriff's department last weekend, not this last weekend, but the weekend before, because of noise. And Mr. Murmott told them that it was a new band or slash DJ, and so that was the sheriff. The deputy left and called Sheila and told her what he said. And so the music continued, so I actually called at that point. And then when the deputy responded, he told the deputy that a specialist from the county had come out and told him that on Mr. Murmott's own decibel meter that he was within limits. Well, the own decibel meter is not valid. As we were told that by the sheriff's deputy in our meeting in March, it has to be an official meter from the county. But then again, that brings up the question on a weekend night, how do we get a meter out there when the noise is going? We called the pop officer once, never got a response back. As far as the events, who's keeping track of how many events per year? Do I need to keep a track? Do I need to write a tally down of how many events? If it goes over 59, who's to keep track of how many events per year? Is this something that should be set up with the county so the county knows exactly how many events? Delaney brought up from the last thing, and she brought a lot of stuff up that we had talked about, so that was great. The 2 memorial services with cars parked up and down Taylor Road. It sounds like that's not allowed, so hopefully that won't be an issue again. So we appreciate that. To conclude, we'd like to ask you to reverse the modification and instead implement stricter rules so we can live in harmony as neighbors. We're not against a business being next to us, and we respect Mr. Murmott's right to earn a living, but we live in the country for a reason. We like the peacefulness of the country and are just asking for your consideration in allowing us to have our quiet country living. Please think of the last time you were sitting at a stoplight and the car next to you had their bass pounding, but you couldn't hear the rest of the music. Would that be something you would like to? Would that be something you would like next to where you live? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else on the appellant side to address the board? Ma'am Conner.
Good morning. I'm Sheila Doherty. I'm trying to understand how the sound can be confined to the barn when we're talking 2 very large sliding barn doors and 2 sets of French doors, 15 plus 100 square feet of elegant dining, tables and chairs. How is that confined to the barn? If Matt had self-closing doors, because otherwise we're basically talking about door monitors. But if he had self-closing doors, I can guarantee you the sound would go down 50+%, and we wouldn't be here every so many years. I don't think it's too much to ask for this. We were residential before this started, and it all started as just a place for a wedding. And then it went to a wedding with a reception. And then it went to a wedding with a reception outside. And now it's going year-round. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We do not want to close down Matt's business. We are friendly neighbors, which is why there isn't reports to Placer County. I wish I could tell you the text that I've had with Matt being the third owner. Please turn down the music. Please turn down the music. We can still hear it. Can you please turn down the music? And Matt can agree to that. I have texted him numerous times, as again, the two previous owners. I don't want to call Placer County Sheriff's Office every weekend, 2 times a weekend, 3 times a weekend, however many times it takes. Our law enforcement has many bigger fish to fry. I'm pulling them from possibly being first on an accident scene. I don't want to do that. They don't want to hear from me that many times. So really, by closing those doors, we'll keep the music down. I don't think that that's too much to ask. We're working with Matt. We're not asking to close them down. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is the applicant here now that we've heard from you, Don? Would you care to respond to anything that you've heard here?
Everybody, my name is Matt Mermod. Yeah, I guess there's a couple things. I did have code enforcement, Placer code enforcement, come out with a decibel reader that had been calibrated. Yes, had been calibrated, and we did do a test of the sound in the barn with all the doors open, including the French doors, including the back door of the barn that faces the Azores Road. And with our music being so loud inside the barn that we couldn't speak, and we have, Delaney was there as well, the decibel level at the property line, which we're allowed 50 decibels, which I believe was only about 38 or 39 decibels. So we're well within our limits. And I don't even run, I'm constantly monitoring the DJs. And 2 weeks ago, we did have a new DJ that brought in a subwoofer, which we typically never have that. I was told that he was going to keep it down, which he didn't, and I apologize. I did have him turn it off after the second time the sheriff was there. And now I do have documentation that the DJs need to sign, and I have since then put on our required list that no subwoofers will be allowed inside our building. So to have barn doors that close, automatic doors, I mean, it's a 100-plus-year-old barn built in 1912. So I don't think that we could get automatic closing doors for that barn. But I do want to be a good neighbor. I want to be here for a long time. I recently moved here 2 years ago with my kids, and I want to have this as a multi-generational business and property, and I want to be a good, like I said, good neighbor and good businessman here. I want to hopefully be here for a long time. So just trying to run a business, and hopefully extending it for year-round. We'll have more events, not necessarily weddings, but corporate events and dinners inside the barn that would be fully contained, and that's the whole point of doing this year-round.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, you have a question?
Yeah, Matt, Mr. Mayhood, I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Can you, there was concern about parking on Taylor Road and on Azores Drive. Is that something that occurs periodically?
I believe it only occurred one time, and it was for a celebration of life of a young man named Wyatt that had passed away. He was a third-generation Del Oro student, and I was told by his folks that it was going to be maybe 100 to 150 people coming, and about 500 people showed up that day. And it was very stressful on my end, yes, and I apologize for any inconvenience that anybody parked on Azores Road. No, we don't. I don't plan on doing that.
So when people sign to rent your facility, they know the amount of people that are allowed.
Correct.
All right.
With this celebration of life, though, there were people that came from all over, and there was a lot of students that came to visit.
And then as far as the music, now you have something in the agreement with the musicians, no subwoofers.
Correct.
And keep the bass down.
Correct.
Now, are you generally on site when these events
Yes.
occur?
Always, start to finish.
Do you have a security guard or anybody that
Correct.
monitors that as well? Or?
We have security guard that monitors the parking lot, the grounds, and he's EMT certified, so that's his job.
And what have you done as far as the noise concerns that the appellants have? Have you worked with them to try to?
I have tried to, yes, and that's why I brought the code specialists out, and to make sure that what we were playing was within our limits.
Okay, that's the only questions I have now.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, any members of the public wish to address the board on this third-party appeal? Anybody other than the appellant or the applicant? No, ma'am. We heard from the appellant. We're heard from the applicant. If there's any member of the public, that's what I want to take now. Okay, I don't see any members of the public. The idea is to give everybody an opportunity to be heard, not necessarily engage in debate back and forth. So if there's something that was not said that you feel needs to be added to the record, I'll give you this opportunity. If it's simply to debate back and forth, that's not what this forum is. Is there something that you wanted to add since you did not use your entire 10 minutes that I had allotted? Please feel free to stand up. If, again, you're adding something to the record, please go ahead. Either one of you.
Yeah, so I'm Dave again. So regarding the decibel meters, a couple things. 39 dBs is interesting to actually have a industrial noise control here. 40 dBs is library, bird calls. That's basically sound. 30 is quiet rural area. Taylor Road's busy. There's cars going up and down. It's not going to be that quiet. I get that. From where we live, we can hear that. 50 dBs is quiet suburb conversation at home, large electrical transformers at 100 feet. I lost my train of thought on something, but I did go to Placer County's website and pulled up the noise ordinance in 9.36.060, sound limits for sensitive receptors. It is unlawful for any person at any location to create any sound or to allow the creation of any sound on property owned, leased, occupied, or otherwise controlled by such person that, number one, causes the exterior sound level when measured at the property line of any affected sensitive receptor to exceed the ambient sound level by 5 decibels, or number two, exceed the sound level standards as set forth in Table 1, whichever is the greater, and there's a table here. And then the other one is 9.36.010, Declaration of Findings, Purpose, and Policy. Excessive sound and vibration are serious hazard to the public health and welfare, safety, and quality of life. The people of Placer County have a right to and should be ensured an environment free from unnecessary, offensive, and excessive sound and vibration that may jeopardize their health or welfare or safety or degrade the quality of life. Therefore, it is declared to be the policy of Placer County and its exercise of the police power to prohibit unnecessary, excessive, and offensive sounds. At certain levels, such sound become noise and are detrimental to the health and welfare of the citizenry and in the public interest are systematically proscribed. The other thing I think it just came back to me, what I wanted to mention, while the sound level at the property line that particular day may have been in the limits, it's an open area, it's quite breezy there. We have train tracks a quarter mile away. Sometimes I don't hear the trains, and other times I hear the trains like they're coming through my house. It's just the nature of sound. And bass, it was brought up in the meeting in March by one of the commissioners. that bass is not measured well by decibel meters. So you may sound okay on a decibel meter, but you can still hear the bass. Bass is omnidirectional. Anything above that tends to be more unidirectional. So the speakers could face away. You might not hear the higher end sounds, but the low end sounds are going to go every which direction. So that's something we have to deal with.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wonder if, could I have someone from code compliance come forward and explain whether they've been out there or not?
Good morning, Chairman Mueller and members of the board. My name is Ryan Zender. I'm the supervising code compliance officer. At the March Planning Commission hearing, I was present in the audience and heard the concerns of the public. I met with most of them and also Mr. Murmad, the operator, after that meeting, offered my business card. Mr. Murmad contacted myself pretty quickly after that meeting with questions about noise. I offered to go out there kind of and consult the noise ordinance for him, the meter, the enforcement process, and any questions he had. Myself and Delaney from planning, we went out to the property. I asked Matt or Mr. Murmad to simulate the best of his ability a wedding event. We opened the barn doors as wide as we could. He turned on the music to a level that I believe would be kind of unreasonable inside, where you couldn't kind of hear yourself. We went to the property line of his property the best that we could figure, and took some recordings or some readings of the decibel meter that we have. The decibel meter that the code compliance has is similar to the ones the sheriff's office have. We have a calibrator that is sent out to the manufacturer every year annually per the ordinance. It's required to be certified. So we use that, and what typically, as the ordinance requires, is you check the meter for calibration prior to taking readings. We would check that, and then in this event, we took measurements of that noise meter. Based on the ambient noise and the sound table as referenced previously, the limit that we could not exceed that would constitute a violation in this situation was 50 decibels. I don't recall the exact readings of that event that we simulated, but it was under that 50 decibel reading. With consideration, as mentioned, of kind of the stadium seating effect, Azores Lane is up above that property. So we expanded our research up to Azores Lane, and I'd called Matt on the phone and had him turn the music back up to a level that he believed was kind of in an unreasonable manner. And we took readings with the decibel meter and determined it was still under that 50 decibel threshold. One thing to consider was the absence of people hooting and hollering and things like that. So I explained to Matt, or Mr. Murmad, sorry, if we did get a complaint, our standard practice is to contact the property owner or the operator, explain, hey, we've received a complaint, and this is what it's about, and try to prevent that from reoccurring if that violation was actually occurring. So he knows the process, he knows what to expect from there.
Okay, good, thank you.
Anything else, Supervisor Holmes?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, well, I'll give one more. Did I open it up for public comment for general beyond the appellant and the applicant? Okay, sorry. Seeing there's nobody, you can go ahead and have a seat. Actually, you know what? No,
No, I
hang
have
on.
a
Come on back. Come on back. I'm sorry, Supervisor Guston, go ahead.
My follow-up was, and I may have missed this either in your testimony or in application, has the sheriff taken a reading during an actual event?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? So my question, you've addressed the meter issue that was raised. The question was raised about number of events. How do we police/enforce the number of events?
Yeah, at this point, he is required to follow all conditions of approval for his conditional use permit. There is no one out there monitoring each event. If complaints come in on number of events, we would probably ask for him to be giving us some kind of recordation of those events. he risks the revocation of his use permit if he's not following those conditions. So we can't necessarily police each individual business to follow these conditions, but we do have hopefully some safeguards in place with code compliance to keep folks in compliance.
So a year from now, if asked to produce any kind of books of his business to demonstrate the number of events, is he under any obligation to do so?
At this point, we don't have it as a condition. We do condition the number of events, but I don't know that we have any requirement for auditing purposes.
Okay. And I'm guessing you're standing because you're volunteering that you would turn over those books in order to. Okay, great. Thank you so much. That was the only other question I had. So I just want to kind of remind folks that this is an application to modify the existing approved use in a fashion which I deem is actually going to be less impactful for the neighbors based on the fact that it is only one event reduced. But it seems fairly logical to me that if you're taking more of these events and putting them indoors just by virtue of the nature, some of the issues you folks are talking about barn doors being open and all the rest, there aren't a whole lot of events that I want to go to in in December and January and February where I want those barn doors wide open. So it would seem to me that this modification to his use permit is actually going to result in less impact to his neighbors. And now, that is not to minimize what was explained as the ongoing concerns the neighbors have about current operations. Those, it's been explained, we do have a process for addressing those when they come up. But I'm focused on the request for the modification to allow for the events to go year-round as opposed to consolidating 60 events in 7 months and actually changing, by virtue of Mother Nature, changing the nature of the event to where I believe it's actually going to be less impactful for you folks. So that's how I'm looking at this. Any other comments by board members? Supervisor Gustafson?
I tend to agree with you on that fact, but I am concerned, and this is a concern not just about this particular application, and but in general, our code enforcement, and because we don't have any measurements or randomly even check what's going on the site, it's hard for us to have evidence of what they're suggesting. I have no reason to think that either side is misportraying this, but the measurements have been taken during the daytime in a different situation than you might experience on a Friday or Saturday evening. So in general, and that isn't just for this event, I mean, these events happen all over the place in Tahoe all summer long in my neighborhood.
Most of them unregulated.
Yes, most unregulated. But in this situation, because we are regulating and looking at code enforcement, I'd like to have us discuss, not necessarily related to this project alone, but in general, how we deal with code enforcement, both in vacation rentals, some of the issues that we heard at our last board meeting, special events and policy and programs like this, where, you know, randomly we check things. We try to staff up. These events happen after business hours, and so code enforcement's going to have to be available, or the sheriff is going to have to take those measurements at some point. But I tend to agree with you that I think the issue of extending this and what's before us today is just extending it to a full year-round operation, and with that, we hopefully would see more indoor events and not as much impact. But in general, my other concerns, I'd like to have some discussion on that at a future time.
Thank you. Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, I just want to support that, Cindy. In the past, we have had that discussion as we've gotten more into the business, if you will, of vineyards and wineries and now microbreweries and out in the country, and trying to find that place where those uses are or are not compatible with the particular zoning and lifestyle out there. So it'd be a good time, I think, to revisit all of that and the resources associated with it, and have staff prepare for us some background information so we can just get kind of freshened up on that question.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I hate to leave it to the neighbors to track the events, check the noise, and then call, because I would feel the same way. You don't necessarily want to call the sheriff off of more important duties to check on the decibels. Maybe, you know, there's another way to do that.
Thank Thank you. Supervisor Gore.
And I would agree with that. I think it's time to move forward in looking at a solution to address code compliance, especially evenings and weekends, because I'm certainly sympathetic to the noise issue, right? Nobody wants to hear noise way too loud in the evening. And at the same time, we want to make sure a business has a viable business and isn't hindered to do so. So I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure we actually have a process where we've got folks checking periodically, not just this venue, but we've got a lot of outdoor venues, as Supervisor Wygant said, that we really need to start doing something so that we're making sure our neighbors, our businesses are good neighbors, especially in the rural areas.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this point, Supervisor Holmes, did you want to offer?
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion to deny the third-party appeal filed by David Jennings on behalf of neighbors Melissa Jennings, Sheila Daughtry, Paul Daughtry, and William Miller. But before we move forward, I want is it Mayhood? I want you to send me every event to my office, because you're in my district. I'm not that far away, and I want to occasionally come down and while you have an event and oversee it, and you can have my number as well. That's dangerous, but and I'll come down and see how it's going. I want to see you succeed. I think spreading those events out, as Chair Euler said, is a good idea. But again, I have to take into consideration of the neighbors. So if you'll be glad, my aide Beverly Roberts will, my district director Beverly Roberts will contact you. But if you can send me every time you have an event or a weekly schedule, because I'm usually in the area and I'm out and about all the time, I'm glad to come down and just check and make sure that, and I know Rex DiMartini very well, his family. So that's my request, to deny the appeal, find the Newcastle Wedding Guards conditional use permit modification categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to provisions of CEQA guidelines of the California Environmental Quality Act, and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve the Newcastle Wedding Guards conditional use permit modification.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, Holmes, and a second by Wygant. Yeah, if you book any particular fun parties, you can invite me too. I don't know why you just invite him. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. That was just... All right, do you have a motion and a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our 10 o'clock timed item. This is a, there it is. There's another Cedar item, Quarry Ridge Professional Office Park. Good morning, Mr. Evaldi.
Good morning. I'm back.
Beverly.
Yes,
Wait,
you
I
are.
didn't
You
move.
leave.
So this is a Quarry Ridge Professional Office Park project in Granite Bay, and Jen Bias will be presenting this item.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer Bias, Planning Services Division, here to present the Quarry Ridge Office Professional Park project to you. We're here for tentative approval on the listed entitlements, which include a Granite Bay Community Plan Amendment to go from low-density residential to commercial for this project site, as well as a community plan amendment to modify language in the community plan for the Douglas Boulevard setback, to rezone the property from its current single-family residential zoning into office and professional zoning with the design review requirement, approve a tentative map, and also approve a site design review. The project site is located in Granite Bay at the corner of Douglas and Berg. To the south is the existing commercial quarry ponds. To the north, residential. The east, Fellowship Church. And to the west, some residential and a vacant parcel. The 3.23 acres is currently zoned single-family residential with a minimum building site of 20,000 square feet. This is a picture depicting the site looking from the northwest along Douglas Boulevard. As you can see, the site is currently grasslands with some oak woodlands scattered among it, and it's slightly sloping with a knoll at the west end. This is the view from the northeast end, looking at the intersection of Berg and Douglas at the site. You can see the knoll present, and this is a photo of the site looking from Quarry Ponds. We're approving here a tentative map, which would create 4 additional parcels and provide a site design review for 4 buildings that range in size from 3,200 square feet to 5,500 square feet. Vehicle access to the site would be proposed off Berg. It's hard to see on the site plan, but located here on Berg would be a driveway proposed to be gated into a parking lot. 92 spaces is proposed with the turnaround. Additional site improvements include the Berg frontage will be improved with sidewalk and a meandering ramp to building 1, and the Douglas frontage will have existing sidewalk connections. The project is proposed to be phased, depicted here in this picture. The pink and green phases are the first phase, which will come in and do some grading and create the first parking lot for building 1 and create the landscaping along the north edge and along the Douglas frontage. And the second phase, which is the blue, will be creating the additional parking area and the additional building pads for the additional 3 buildings. Here's the approved or the proposed grading plan. Again, they're proposing to grade the site all at once. It's a 3 to 4 month process. There will be some imported soil. Most notably, they'll be doing a step-down system along the Douglas frontage. You can see that depicted here where that knoll was, and down here is the cross-section, 10 to 6 feet step-down system with landscaping. There's currently, I believe, 29 trees on site, and 2 have actually fallen, so there's 27, and half are proposed to be removed. I think about 15 would remain on site. There's a proposed landscape plan, as you can see, landscaping along the Douglas Berg frontage, as well as the north adjacent to the residential use. There will also be a 6-foot high masonry wall along the north frontage, and screening plants are proposed along the north frontage. And this is an illustrative of the site, looking at the site with views of Douglas. The buildings have been designed to be conform to craftsman architecture that is consistent for all of the buildings. The proposed community plan amendment, I did want to just spend a little bit of time talking about this. The picture here that's depicted starts at Kinggate Road, which is here along Douglas, and continues down, and then picks up here on the bottom half and goes all the way down to Douglas Plaza Boulevard. The red line is depicting a 75-foot setback, and the blue line is depicting the required 70-foot dedication of travelway along Douglas Boulevard. One of the questions that came up when we were proposing the community plan amendment to add language that would allow for a reduction to the 75-foot setback along Douglas was how many parcels did this affect? We performed a GIS analysis. This is depicting the results. There are 6 properties along the north side of Douglas that this would affect, 2 of which are owned by homeowners associations and are lots that are open space for those homeowners or subdivisions. 2 of which are located at the intersection of Douglas and Berg, one of which is the subject of today's proposal. And then the other one is on the east side of the Fellowship Church and appears to have adequate space to, if they come in with a development, not need a setback reduction on that. Really, the community plan amendment that we're proposing is consistent with the community plan. There's language in the community plan that talks about having a balance and to look at each site as individuals and look at what's being proposed and the existing topography and existing features and surrounding land uses. But the language will basically provide that for a requirement for visual buffers in order to have a reduced setback. In 2017, we published an initial study for this project. 13 out of the 23 categories, environmental categories, were determined to be no impact or less than significant impact for this project. 7 out of the 23 were proposed to be less than significant with mitigation. And there were 3 that we required to complete a focused EIR. It was noise, transportation and circulation, and cumulative impacts. In 2009, we completed that process with the EIR, and we included in your package is a response to the comments. There were no significant impacts proposed with this project that we didn't have a mitigation proposed for. The project has been to the MAC most recently in April for a recommendation. In general, the neighbors were very supportive of this project. They really did like the design that was presented here. But they did ultimately recommend approval with the caveat that staff look at an alternative solution to that setback in the community plan. We also were at the Planning Commission May 9th, and the Planning Commission also recommended approval to the Board of Supervisors. There was one member of the public that spoke in support, and we did receive 2 emails prior to the meeting that, again, oppose the proposed community plan amendment changes. Before I go into the recommendation, I did want to note that we have one clarification in your packet. The resolution, Exhibit E, we have a new one that you should have in front of you. And that resolution was clarified or edited to clarify that the setback for the Granite Lake Community Plan, change to the community plan, is a community plan change that affects the entire community plan. And the land use designation that's being changed from residential to commercial only applies to this one parcel. It was slightly confusing in the original resolution, but that's been corrected. So with that, we would like to bring forward the Planning Commission's recommendation, also noting that this is a tentative action that you're taking today, that this is a general plan amendment, and we're proposing that this action be bundled with a future general plan amendments in the July, I believe it's July 23rd meeting. That I'll take any questions.
All right, any questions from board members before we invite the applicant up to speak? I don't see any questions from board members. This time, does the applicant feel like he wants to make a presentation, since you're here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tim Tarrin. Good morning. I'm here with Neil Deerhoff, the applicant, this morning, and I want to start by saying that it's taken a while for us to get here, but we're here, and we're very pleased that we're here, and we want to thank the staff for their perseverance and their professional work in getting us here. Obviously, we're in support of the Planning Commission recommendation and the staff recommendation. And if I probably say anything more than that, I'm probably doing my client a disservice. So I'll be happy. We're happy to answer any questions. And of course, if there's any public comment, we'd like an opportunity to respond. But other than that, we hope you'll support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions for you at this time. All right, before I open the public comment, I know that my colleagues, some of the newer ones, are probably thinking, how come we have on every particular agenda another Granite Bay related item?
Some of the older ones.
Older ones running that too? Well, for the benefit of the newer ones, since the older ones lived through it, just a little bit of history. In 2009, we initiated an update to the Granite Bay Community Plan. At that time, it was 20 years old. It's now 30 years old. The land use element of it anyway. In 2012, we ended up adopting an update to the community plan that only addressed the goals and policy side. We did not make any land use changes at that time. It was my recommendation that we do entertain land use change requests so as to avoid a number of individual applications coming in and us having to do it on a piecemeal basis. But there were some folks in the community who just said, no, we shouldn't make any changes to land use. And at the time, I warned, okay, we'll be prepared because the requests are going to come. And so I actually had staff go back and look at what was the history of those requests that we started to receive. And sure enough, the first request that we got was in December of 12. And we've had 6, it's interesting to note, 6 different Granite Bay Community Plan amendment requests come forward in the 4 years after that. The last one we received was actually this project. And this project, we received the request for this community plan amendment 3 years ago, 2016. We've had no requests for changes to the Granite Bay Community Plan submitted to staff in the last 3 years. And of the 6 that were submitted, 1 was actually withdrawn. So we've only had 5. I know it seems like a lot, but we've only had 5. When you consider a community plan area that has about 8,700 parcels, I think 5 is a manageable number. So just by way of context, I found it particularly interesting that we have not received in 3 years a new request for a general plan amendment. So it looks like we're at the tail end of these. We have this one and possibly a couple more having made their way through the process, but you hopefully won't be seeing too many more of these coming forward. So just by way of context with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wish to address the board on this item? If you do, please step forward, say your name, and try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, Sandy Harris. Thanks for that update. I'm glad to hear my trips to Auburn are going to stop soon. When I come up the freeways, am I going to the board or am I going to the Planning Commission today? But it's kind of nice to come up today because Neil has worked very closely with the Community Association and the MAC and the neighbors of this project and addressed many of the concerns. And even though I have a little bit of unease about a general plan amendment to the setbacks, I think it makes sense because there aren't that many that are going to come in on that. That's pretty much developed now. But it's nice to come out and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. They're skiing in hell now.
Cheryl Verkema, Granite Bay. First of all, I think it's inappropriate for you to use the community's time without getting equal time to give history. It's kind of like you're presenting at the park with your slide set. You're supposed to be unbiased and have, you've done homework outside of this project and presented it to the board, and I think that's inappropriate.
Thank you for your opinion.
I think that this is a fabulous project. It's a really, really good project. I think that the applicant did a really good job at talking with the neighbors. It's got excellent design, an EV charging station. There are, however, 2, I think, egregious issues. One, as was mentioned, is the notification failure. So regardless of how many packets you put together and how many things that the planner puts in the back of those packets, the fact is this is a general plan amendment that has multiple properties involved, and it's inappropriate to hide it within. I don't think that it should be a citizen's responsibility to look inside every single project that comes out looking for Granite Bay general plan amendments. It's not appropriate. The failure was a notification failure. There are additional properties. Suppose someone wants to tear down their existing building and build within a new setback. That opens the door for that. So I think the information is not correct there. Also, you're exercising rights here that have been denied to others, and using things like there's a design statement saying that it's not going to be balanced is irrelevant. It has nothing to do, it's out of process. And so this opens the door for planning to say at any time they want, they can create any type of process they want, and that is the real egregious part of this whole process. It opens the door, and at the Planning Commission, both legal and the planner ignored the fact that this was already brought to their attention. So if you're not there to bring it up in person, what happens is the planner presents the project and then presents a solution without actually stating there was a notification failure. I think omissions of data on the part of legal, while not maybe legally misconduct, is inappropriate. It's inappropriate for legal not to stand there and say, we're out of process. There's either Brown Act failures or there's omissions of data, and I don't think that that's appropriate. So I'd like to mention that, and also a failure to consider cumulative traffic impacts. Whitehawks was just approved a block down the street with significant and unavoidable impacts. We have no traffic study. The traffic study has been void for 2 years. So while we pass all these projects through, whether they're variances or amendments, one house was supposed to be built on this property. We have significant and unavoidable impacts, and yet we're allowed to put as many things as we want because we're creating a new standard, which is by traffic engineering, we're only going to measure what the additional impacts are. So without a traffic study, this type of data is coming up, and it's like whatever we want to make up as traffic engineering, we make up, and I think that that's inappropriate. The expensive traffic that was granted to this development, there was a too expensive traffic improvement. We call that technical debt. We call that putting the burden on Placer residences in the future to have to pay this debt off. And so as a business development, that's great. That's great that you can keep pushing the debt forward, but without a traffic study and without accounting for that technical debt, the same as with Whitehawks, you granted a section to the participant, and that section is now on the burden of taxpayers, and it's not appropriate. I also would like to know if this amendment requires affordable housing. Any amendment to the Granite Bay Plan should require affordable housing, in my opinion. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Supervisor Wygant.
Question of staff. I think I heard that there was no traffic study, and yet in the slide it states that traffic and circulation were considered to be less than significant in the EIR. So could you maybe expand upon what we actually did do with traffic?
Sure, and there is a traffic study that was completed for the EIR.
Well, there would have had to have been if it was.
I'm also going to have Nick Papani, who is our EIR consultant, address your concern.
Thank you, Jen. Morning, Chair, members of the board. Nick Papani with Rainey Planning and Management. Pleasure to be here. Yes, a technical traffic study was prepared by Katie Anderson and Associates for this EIR effort. That was a traffic study that was coordinated closely with the county department and utilized the cumulative information from the ongoing Granite Bay circulation update. The traffic study that Fair and Piers is preparing for that. So the cumulative base information is consistent with that Granite Bay circulation element update modeling effort, and the list of projects that was closely reviewed as part of that bigger effort was reflected in the numbers here. So essentially, that update was utilized as the base for the Katie Anderson study for this, and then on top of that was added the Quarry Ridge project traffic to determine if its incremental contribution of traffic would degrade any facilities to a significant level. And the determination was made that while there are some facilities that are projected to operate deficiently, this project would not add enough traffic to trip the county's thresholds, which is a 2.5 second increment in additional delay. So because of that, the impacts were ultimately determined to be less than significant. There was one impact in the existing plus project scenario, and that was at Woodgrove, Quail Oaks, and Douglas. But as you've seen, there's a mitigation requirement for the installation of a median, and that would result in acceptable levels of service at that intersection following that mitigation measure.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions by board members of the traffic engineer at this time? Seeing none, anybody else in the public want to address the board? All right, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Just one observation before I entertain a motion. in my 17th year as a county supervisor, and I just experienced 2 firsts in the same hearing. It's the first time I've seen Sandy Harris get up and support change the Granite Bay Community Plan. It's also the first time I've ever seen a board member admonished for doing their homework outside of this hearing. Never seen that in 17 years. So, with those 2 firsts, is there a motion on what we're being asked to consider today?
I'll go ahead and move approval.
Okay, so council, how would you like us to break this up? Would you like us to first move into just the resolution on the EIR? Now, we do have the proposed modification on the resolution. So is this modification that's before us in regard to the first resolution or the second resolution?
That would be the first resolution. It'd be
Okay.
appropriate for you to take separate resolutions
Okay.
on this, and for B, to simply say adopt a modified resolution.
Okay, so it's
Chairman,
B,
if I may.
It's B that is the modified resolution?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And just a reminder that this is a tentative action.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we will restate the tentative action part. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere in here. I will do it with each one. So first, we're being asked to tentatively adopt the resolution to certify the Quarry Ridge Project Environmental Impact Report prepared pursuant to CEQA and adopt a mitigation monitoring reporting program.
So moved.
Second.
A motion.
Who did the motion?
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. We are being asked to tentatively adopt the modified resolution that was presented to the board as item 4A. Tentatively adopt the modified resolution to amend the Granite Bay Community Plan to change land use designation of the project site from low-density residential to commercial, and to add text to amend the setback standard for buildings located on the north side of Douglas Boulevard. Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Third, we're being asked to tentatively adopt an ordinance to rezone the project site from residential single-family building site to 20,000 square foot minimum to office professional with design review combined district. Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Fourth, we're being asked to tentatively approve the Quarry Ridge Project Development Parcel Map to subdivide the project site into 4 parcels ranging in size from 24,000 approximately square feet to 48,000 approximately square feet. Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. And then finally, we are being asked to tentatively approve a site design review agreement for construction of 4 office buildings and associated improvements within the project site. We have a motion Gore, second Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Council, is there something else?
Just make a motion to continue the item to July 23rd.
Thank you. Motion Gore, second Gustafson, to continue the item for final adoption to July 23rd. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. All right. We will move on to our 10:20 timed item. This again is a CEDRA item. And this is Riola Vineyards Specific Plan Fee Schedule Adjustment.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Claudia Wade. I'm here representing the Community Development Resource Agency. Today we're asking the board to adopt a resolution to adjust the Riola Vineyards Specific Plan fee schedule for fiscal year 2019-2020. The board adopted an ordinance to amend the County Code Chapter 15 to add Article 15.90, which established the RVSP fee program in November of 2017. Today, we're asking the board to adopt the resolution to amend the fee program. The county code for the fee program requires that this fee program be adjusted annually using the average of 2 reported indices for the 12-month period ending in May. These 2 indices are as reported in the Engineering News Record, and they include the San Francisco Construction Cost Index and the 20-City Construction Cost Index. The calculated average of the change from May 2017 to May 2018 results in an increase of 2.3%. Attachment A of the resolution provides the update costs to the fee program. This proposed administrative activity is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act CEQA review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, as well as CEQA guidelines section 15273, which is currently not stated in the staff report. This concludes my presentation. Open for questions.
Board members have any questions on the proposed fee schedule? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and conduct the public hearing. Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back. We don't have any kind of formal tabulation or anything like that. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll second.
We have a motion, Wygant, and the second was, I'm sorry, was that?
Gore.
Second by Gore, thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Thank you very much. Moving on, our 10:30 timed item, Resource Conservation District. This is a presentation regarding the Placer County Resource Conservation District, and in specific, some hazardous tree removal fun stuff that we're doing. Yay.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the board, Mr. Leopold and Ms. Schwab. I'm Melissa McGee, Staff Services Analyst with the County Executive Office. As your board may know, Placer County Resource Conservation District formed over 70 years ago with the goal of conserving our natural resources. Since 1946, RCD has provided a variety of conservation-specific services to the community, landowners, farmers, and public agencies in topic areas of forestry, agriculture, invasive species, gardening and landscaping, aquatics, soils, wildlife, and watershed preservation. Many of RCD's current projects are focused on forest fuels reduction and forest management. Here today to provide your board with a presentation regarding RCD's mission, history, and activities, as well as to highlight their recent hazardous tree removal activities in the Frost Hill area of Dutch Flat, are Claudia Smith, Board Chair of Placer County Resource Conservation District, Walter Clevenger, Interim Executive Director, and Madison Easley, Landowner Assistance Natural Resource Coordinator with RCD. And with that, I'll hand the presentation over to Claudia.
All right.
I just get to talk. Madison gets to do all the rest.
All right.
Good afternoon or morning. I guess we still are, all of you. Thank you for having us today. It's been a long time since we've given the board an update, and we thought now would be the time. So I just want to go over, I am the board chair, Claudia Smith, and we have a board of 7 folks that you all appoint to our board. We are a special district, and just wanted to give you just a brief overview of some of the things that we're doing. We have a $3 million annual budget. Of that, we have $400,000 comes from county taxes, and that's less than 15% of our total budget. The rest is done with grants and projects that we do on the ground here in Placer County. We manage and have oversight of somewhere in a range of about 25 projects at any given time. And those projects can be fire lane safety programs. We offer what's called an F-STEP program, and that is for those folks who contract with the CAL FIRE in the summer for fire. So maybe it's a backhoe operator, a water tender, and those folks have to be retrained or certified every year, and we offer that program. We also do soil and conservation maps to local landowners. Any landowner in Placer County can come to us and ask for that information. We'll be more than happy to help them with that. And we also offer site visits when we can't either get a good idea of what's going on, or maybe they just feel more comfortable with us coming out and taking a look. We also coordinate and operate the chipper program, which is quite successful, and we are growing by leaps and bounds in that project, and we are happy to do that, and we just want to see it grow. We also do some invasive species removal, and we also do stormwater control for you folks there at the county. And we have only 2 full-time staff members, Madison being one, and then we have an admin, Kate, who's back at the office manning the station for us today. We have about 15 to 20 contractors that work with us on a regular basis, and also we have many, many partners, of which we are very happy. We have other RCDs partner with us, El Dorado, Nevada County, and we have the Ag Commissioner that works with us, SAFCA, which is Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, UC Cooperative Extension, CAL FIRE is a big partner of ours, and we work very closely with them. We are housed just over on Blocker Drive in the USDA office, and you guys and ladies are welcome to come and visit with us at any time. With that, I just wanted to highlight one little thing that we just got, and that is, before what Madison has to say, we just received confirmation that we will be receiving funds to continue the North Fork American River Shaded Fuel Break, and that is from Colfax to about Weimar. And that funding is through 2021, and that's on the east side of I-80. And we are very excited about that, and we're almost shovel ready. We got a few more little paperwork things to do, but we got contractors going, and we're ready to get going on that. So that, and that money, by the way, has come down from the governor in his fire money that we all are worried about at this point. So with that, I am going to give it over to Madison, and we will highlight a project that we are very, very proud of.
All right, good morning. Thanks for having us. Thanks, Claudia and Melissa, for the introduction. My name is Madison Easley. I am the Landowner Assistance and Natural Resource Coordinator. What a mouthful for the Placer Resource Conservation District. So today I will be talking about a little bit of our background, how we formed, what some of our key programs are that you guys probably care about, and then I'm going to highlight one specific project that happened up in the Frost Hill community in Dutch Flat. All right, so we formed in 1946 following the Dust Bowl era. I imagine we have to go back in the weeds a little bit to our history classes, but the Dust Bowl resulted in Washington taking action and forming what's called the Soil Conservation Service under the USDA. Now it is known as NRCS, the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And back then, farmers and ranchers, they didn't know. There was a lack of knowing of how to invest in your soil and protect your topsoil. And so they formed the Soil Conservation Service, but farmers and ranchers don't trust the government. Back then they didn't want to. So they needed a local branch that was made up of farmers, ranchers, the folks that are in the communities. And that's how conservation districts form. So they're throughout the United States. In other states, they're called soil and water conservation districts, soil conservation districts. In California, they're called resource conservation districts. And there's about 90 RCDs throughout the state. So Placer County has our RCD, Placer County RCD, and then as well as Tahoe RCD, which is very vibrant and successful. The mission of Placer RCD is to promote the wise and sustainable stewardship of natural resources by inspiring responsible conservation practices. So we want to enable landowners of all types across Placer County to be good stewards of the land. And if we can be that catalyst and help them get the funding or connect with the appropriate resources, then we will be that catalyst. But we're not here to offer a government handout per se. We want to continue stewardship. We cover the entire western side of Placer County. Tahoe RCD covers the basin. And I'm going to highlight some of our key programs, including the Chipper program, Landowner Technical Assistance, some of our shaded fuel breaks, as Claudia mentioned, the North Fork American Shaded Fuel Break, as well as the Auburn Shaded Fuel Break, outreach and education programs, as well as we have a variety of other grants and agreements at any given time, over 25. Okay, so one of our key programs is technical assistance to landowners. We get calls, emails, requests from a variety of topics: irrigation assistance, erosion control, forest health. That's the big one right now, is forest health, fuels reduction, and that is something we offer to all residents of Placer County. We will come out to your land, bring you a soil map, parcel map, and give you, we have a handful of specialists. We have 2 foresters contracted with us, a stormwater and erosion control specialist, Mark White. He was with us for a long time, or still is, and a number of folks in our team. We have a number of education and outreach events and programs. On the left, you can see Walter, our interim executive director, working with some kids at the Ag Day that occurred in March of this year, where we invite 4th graders throughout Placer County to come learn about ag and natural resources. In the top right picture, you can see kids from both the Forest Hill Divide Middle School as well as the Forest Hill High School that came out, and we did a mastication project on the Forest Hill High School property adjacent to the actual grounds, where we were able to masticate and then also do a reforestation. So we brought the kids out for that. And then on the bottom right is Irrigation Workshop that we hosted last year. So you can find us at fairs, at the various community events. We try to have a presence, and we're always working to increase that presence. All right, one of our favorite programs is the Placer County Ag Tour, which we partner with you guys to put on each year. And I imagine a number of you have attended in previous years. And hopefully, if not, you can attend on June 26th. This year, just a couple weeks out. This year's theme is challenges and issues, labor challenges and issues affecting Placer County agriculture. So definitely a relevant topic. We invite elected officials and the primary constituency of Placer County to come check out what's happening in the fields. Chipper program. I imagine almost everyone has heard of this. This is our all-star child. This is one of our favorite, most popular programs, especially with the residents. We offer a curbside chipping service. You call a line. You have small diameter trees, limbs, brush that you pile up alongside an accessible road or driveway, and we bring our chipper crews out and chip it up. It's fuels reduction at the core. Now I'm going to focus on one particular project, but we have a number of fuels reduction and fire prevention activities going on, a number of shaded fuel breaks, as well as tree mortality focused programs. But one that was really successful that ended in March was called the Frost Hill Project. I don't know if you guys have seen some of these dead trees around, but it's a pretty big deal the last few years. Parts of the southern Sierras had experienced 100% mortality. And Placer County is the northernmost county that declared an emergency as a result of the bark beetle infestations and resulting tree mortality. So the governor proclaimed an emergency. So we worked with our local CAL FIRE forester who identified a heavily impacted area in the Dutch Flat community known as Frost Hill. So RCD was the fiscal sponsor and lead on this project, but we definitely had quite a few partners. We had the Placer County Fire Safe Alliance, the Placer Sierra Fire Safe Council, Frost Hill Firewise Community, as well as CAL FIRE. In this map, you can see the primary project area. The source of the funding for this was 2 separate grants of $200,000 each from CAL FIRE SRA funds. SRA funds are no longer available. They've sort of morphed into what's called CCI funds. But back in 2016, this is how we earned the funding. And we had a little bit of money through Placer Fire Safe Alliance through PG&E to get some work done, but not nearly enough. And folks started realizing how expensive it is to remove a dead tree, especially when it's right next to your house. So there was just no way they could get it done financially. This grant came along and we were able to help a lot of people. Towards the end of the project, we were in touch with Placer County Water Agency through Unit Forester Steve Garcia, and Placer PCWA had a water tower and a water treatment facility that were going to be impacted by these dead trees on neighboring parcels. So we targeted this particular site because there was still quite a few standing dead trees, as you can see in the right picture. Once the bark starts sloughing off, that tree is ready to fall basically at any time. So we were able to come in, and these are good photos of both the water treatment facility as well as the water tower. That's one of the original, or a redwood tower, so they definitely wanted to protect that. And then this is the GIS layer showing the exact treatment area on this final push. And then the following slides, I'll show some of the conditions and the types of treatments that we used. We had a track chipper with the inmate crew, which the track chipper is owned by Placer RCD. We used a hand crew, labor intensive with sawyers as well as piling debris. A grinder and skid steer, which are really impressive pieces of equipment, as well as logging. And finally, reforestation, so we can get that carbon sequestration back. All right, so our track chipper, pretty impressive piece of equipment. And then that's the inmate crew loading the track chipper, keeping it going. Sawyers, as well as those piles that will come back and burn when the conditions are correct. And this is a little video showing what the conditions look like. It was snowy, sleety. We've had quite the wet winter. You can see all that standing biomass on the ground. This is what we are treating. We are trying to reduce that. There's the water tower downhill surrounded by the fence. And so we tried to attack most of this biomass and feed it through the chipper, put it into a different condition so that it was less hazardous to the homes and to PCWA. There's the crew. All right, here's the grinder and heel boom loader. The grinder is like a track chipper on steroids. It can take larger diameter trees up to 30-inch, I believe, and just efficient, like you can see the huge chip pile it produces. And then obviously that chip pile was either hauled off site or spread. So this is just an image showing what the conditions look like prior to treatment. It was a mess of a bunch of fallen trees, log decks that had been left after salvage logging, and then looking directly downhill, that's I-80 right there. So this is a key area that, I mean, could easily catch on fire. This was all just a tinderbox waiting to go if left untreated. And then there's residences right next door that this was the neighboring parcel. This is not their land, so there was nothing they could do about it. All right, full 360. And then finally, we also logged because there was about 30 or so large diameter trees. And this next video I think is really fascinating because you get to see logging in action. The woman speaking is Amanda Gadon with Volcano Creek Enterprises, which is one of our local contractors out of the Forest Hill area. And so she's basically just describing, if you look back, you can kind of see a bright green piece of equipment, and it's going to push that standing tree over, which is hazardous and otherwise would fall towards a structure, which is downhill. So you can just see the magnitude and diameter of these trees. They were definitely going to fall at some point, not if, but when, and most likely towards some of the homes or PCWA's treatment facility. And finally, reforestation. So we reforested with 3 different types of species: giant sequoia on the left, incense cedar in the middle, and red fir on the right. We had a post-project meeting where we gathered the key stakeholders, including PCWA, our board of directors, as well as local landowners and Fire Safe Alliance members, where we were able to walk around the treatment area, as well as plant some incense cedars ourselves, and then talk about what next steps are involved for landowners to sort of mitigate these risks moving forward and come to us prior to a condition becoming this severe. Some numbers as a result of this particular effort: we were able to spend the full $400,000 on removing hazardous trees in the Dutch Flat community. We treated 33 parcels. So this particular last push, you can see in the red on the lower part of that map, that was just that last push to spend the rest of the funds, as well as help PCWA and the neighborhood. But we, throughout the last 3 years, we were able to treat over 30 parcels. That last target area, that was about 30 acres, was treated in 15 days, which is quite impressive. It was a short period of time in very bad weather. Just from the last piece, we hauled off 8 log trucks. 3 went to SPI for marketable timber, 4 went to Rio Bravo to produce energy, and 1 went to the Nevada County Senior Firewood Program. And something about this is a lot more of that woody biomass would have been marketable and could have generated an income for the landowners had they treated it sooner. So we were lucky that some of it was marketable. Or the landowner, I should say, was lucky. And this is just one example of a successful project involving diverse partners to enhance watershed health, community protection, and land stewardship in Placer County. However, there's unlimited potential for future projects involving various stakeholders to enhance conservation, fuels reduction, and community enhancement in Placer County through the Placer County RCD. And that's our contact info if you ever want to reach out to us or walk right across the street, and that's where we are. Happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation. Supervisor Wygant?
A couple of questions. I've sort of been studying this issue, so like everybody can tell you I know enough to be completely dangerous, but
Like
so
every other issue.
It looks like you treated 30 acres at $400,000 cost. Is that right? So 13,000 per acre. Does that sound about right?
We treated 33 parcels. That final push was around 30 acres, and it was $125,000.
Okay, great, thanks. And then on the logging part, it sounds like there was a small component that provided for commercial logging, which then provide for revenue to make this whole concept more viable, I guess. But how did you deal with that? Did SPI, were they just kind of willing to be a pilot, or did you guys go out to bid on that, or? Great
question. We utilized Volcano Creek Enterprises to fall the logs, and they have a standing relationship with SPI. SPI didn't really want to take the trees, but because Volcano Creek had taken lots of marketable timber to them before, they allowed them to bring it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Of course.
Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you, Madison. That track chipper looks pretty robust.
Yes.
How often is that utilized? How often does that get out in the wooded areas?
Yeah, we try to run it as often as we can, and we're trying to utilize it on these shaded fuel breaks. Currently, it's on a project up at Empire Mine in Nevada County. So basically, we try to focus on state and federal lands. We don't really want to compete with the private sector. So our rates are pretty reduced compared to private sector, but we want to just get fuels reduction work done. And so in the past, we have used the track chipper on state parks, and we're hoping to use it on some BOR lands. But I'd say out of a 7-day week, it's probably running maybe four days.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, I don't see any other questions or comments by board members. Any members of the public want to address the board on this item? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, very helpful.
Thank you.
All right, Brett, I'm going to ask you to hold for a second. We're going to jump to our 10:50 timed item, and then we're going to do a couple items. We're going to do a couple items of closed session, come back and take our department item number 9 prior to getting to your item, okay? So you got a few minutes.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Michelle Kingsbury with the County Executive Office, and here with me today is, to my left, Dave Freudenberger with Goodwin Consulting Group, and to my right, Vanessa Lieberman, our Senior Management Analyst in the County Executive Office, as well as Susan Goodwin from Goodwin Consulting Group. And this represents your team that works on tax share agreements for the county. Bear with me, I'm gonna grab the clicker. The purpose of today is just to provide a very high-level overview of the principles and processes that we use in terms of negotiating these tax share agreements. We recognize there's been significant discussion of late regarding tax share agreements, and we thought it'd be important to come forward with this informational item and just for the good of the order, review kind of how we approach negotiating these tax share agreements. I would like to add too, as part of our kind of work program this year, we're also going to be returning to your board late summer, early fall, to provide an update regarding our fiscal modeling. It's been about 5 years since we've last been at your board discussing the fiscal modeling, and it will be starting off a series of discussions related to those factors and assumptions and whether or not we need to, revise or fine-tune that modeling. And for purposes of today, we'll do a very, very high-level overview of that, but I just wanted to mention we'll be back late this summer, early fall with a more in-depth discussion. As you're well aware, with the passage of Prop 13, it really set the framework for how we negotiate these property tax agreements, and it limited and kind of capped the property tax value at 1% of the base value and limited the growth to 2% per year. Or during change of ownership where it would grow. And that really kind of sets the framework for how we, the amount of revenues available for when we look at negotiating these property tax agreements. AB 8, when we commonly kind of use that in our own lingo, it's really talking about the proportionate share of the local jurisdiction's share of that 1%. I'll quickly go through kind of the background slides in terms of some of the regulatory framework that we function under. And then we'll turn it over to Vanessa to talk about the tax rate areas, a very high-level overview, as well as Dave and Susan will jump into a high-level overview of our fiscal analysis. After the passage of Prop 13, the Revenue and Taxation Code Section 99 was adopted, and that really provides us the regulatory framework which we look at tax share agreement negotiations. Nothing in that code compels a county to enter into a tax share agreement. However, we negotiate in good faith with all of our respective partners and jurisdictions when applications to LAFCO for annexations do occur. There's a particular section of revenue, the Taxation Code Section 99B, which talks about special district annexations, delegates to the Board of Supervisors to negotiate on behalf of those special districts when there's jurisdictional changes that do occur. And those are kind of the regulatory framework in a very high level that we function under. I would like to mention too, in terms of policy or guidelines adopted by our board back in 1980, there was Resolution 142, which was adopted by your board, which included guidelines associated with those special district jurisdictional changes and how the county approaches those types of negotiations. A copy of those guidelines was included within your board memo as Exhibit B. But really, they do also pertain to when we negotiate with our local jurisdictions as well for property tax sharing agreements. It's a basic principles where you look at the transfer of services and you also look at the types of revenues that are associated with providing those services and whether or not it's applicable to negotiate property tax revenue transfers. There's a lot of agreement types that are out there. There's 3 main ones. One that's not mentioned here is a regional tax share agreement. They're pretty rare. I believe I can only recall one in this area. It's in Sacramento. In terms of how we negotiate agreements these days, we look at individual agreements when we do have annexation requests that come in, and we negotiate those individual annexation requests and really focus and drill down to the type of factors associated with the developments, what's the revenue projections that are particular to those types of development, or the tax rate areas we're looking at, and they're really curtailed to those types of individual agreements. There are master tax share agreements where we look at a much broader area. We haven't recently entered into any of those. I think in my tenure at the CEO's office, we have not done one, but they can be done certainly when you look at multiple annexations that may occur during a short period of time in a much broader area. And those kind of set forth the process or procedures when you look at those kind of grouping of annexations. We do have several pending requests that that's part of our work program that are out there. Just real quick mentioning Lincoln Meadows. It's with the City of Lincoln. It's a small project. It's approximately 144 units. It's up on Virginiatown Road and Hungry Hollow at that intersection. It's a small carve out of, I believe, Village 2 with the City of Lincoln. We currently have a draft tax share agreement that we've distributed to the City of Lincoln for their review and are just awaiting comments on that one. A couple other projects that we anticipate as part of our work program coming up is Lincoln Special District B, as well as Lincoln Village 5, which are located kind of in the northwestern quadrant in their sphere of influence. We do have one pending. It's currently on hold right now with the City of Auburn. We commonly refer to that as their Collins annexation. It's a very small project behind the post office up the street here. It's currently on hold, but as soon as the city's ready to re-engage in that discussion, that's part of our work program too. Next is just a series of graphic illustrations of all the annexations that have occurred throughout time. A lot of these predate even my existence, I think, and date back quite a number of decades. But it's an interesting illustration that several annexations have occurred over time. Roseville and Rockland are largely built out with most of their spheres, if not all, either built out or under annexation agreements already approved. These are just some graphic illustrations of those agreements. The City of Lincoln, as I mentioned, does have portions of their sphere that are not currently annexed, but we do anticipate over time that we'll be processing those annexation requests. This is just a graphic illustration of those annexations that have previously been approved. The next slide just basically illustrates kind of some differences between counties and cities. We are very conservative in how we approach negotiations related to the tax share agreements. At the minimum, our goal is to be fiscally neutral in those agreements. We use a set of factors that Dave and Susan will get into. They're pretty common within the industry, and that look at what our average cost multipliers are to deliver those countywide services to these areas. And services such as HHS, jails, juvenile detention, recorder's office, elections, those types of services are included within those average cost multipliers that pertain to both the unincorporated population as well as the population in the city. The city's side of the ledger typically includes those more urban types of services where you look at police, fire, parks, libraries to an extent, roads, road maintenance, and things like that. And certainly the city side of the ledger is largely just dictated by local management and fiscal policy, and the county side of the ledger, since we're a subdivision of the state of California, we look at what those mandated services are that are applied to the general population base. I think we've covered a lot of that here. Certainly as we transition the next part of the presentation, I think it's important as we look at what we negotiate, it's really what that pie is that we are negotiating with on these individual agreements, and that's driven largely by not only the specific factors associated with those developments and the types of revenues that we anticipate to be generated from them, but as well as the tax rate areas that those projects are located in, and that really drives how much revenues we have to work with. Most of our agreements really deal with property tax revenues, although some of our agreements do have a sales and use tax component, and that our agreements as well include requirements to collect capital facility fees and things like that. I think with that, I'll transition over to Vanessa Lieberman, who'll dive into the tax rate area discussion, and then we'll follow up with Dave and Susan on just kind of our fiscal parameters.
Thank you, Michelle. As Michelle mentioned, a tax rate area, or a TRA, is a geographical area that has common tax rates and distributions. Placer County currently has over 400 TRAs. This slide before you is to provide your board with a sampling of the varying post-ERAF TRAs in Western Placer County. Just a quick definition on ERAF, it stands for Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund. These funds are used by the state to help school and community college districts to meet their minimum funding requirements. I'm going to begin with the example of the 7 to 9% average ERAF TRA. This is representative of what the City of Lincoln receives. This information was derived from the post-ERAF AB8 tax increment by taxing entity schedule on the Property Tax Division page of the Auditor Controller's website. With lower TRAs, there is less revenue to negotiate during tax sharing agreements. Having land use authority allows the local jurisdictions to utilize different tools in their toolboxes as examples of development fees negotiated during development agreements, CFDs, etc. So this leads me to my next example at the bottom of the slide, the 11 to 13% average post-ERAF TRAs. This is an average of our county projects of Placer Vineyards and Riolo Vineyards. Due to those lower percentages, the county formed services CFDs to fund the gap in revenues in order to provide urban level services. These CFDs are an average of $1,100 per rooftop, and that's reflective of max tax at build out. The last example on this slide is another county project, which is Sunset and Placer Ranch. The 25% post-ERAF TRA average is an example of a high TRA that provides more revenues to fund services prior to CFD formation. The next two slides are illustration of tax sharing agreements that have been approved by the board. The first example is the Amoruso Specific Plan located in the City of Roseville, approved by the board in 2018. This example demonstrates a higher TRA share, which resulted in a 58-42% split. The next example is the South Lincoln 12 Bridges tax share agreement approved by the board in 1994. This annexation, located in the City of Lincoln, is an example of a lower TRA percentage to share, which resulted in a split to the county of 68.25% and a split to the city of 31.75%. So at this time, I'm going to transition the presentation over to Goodwin Consulting Group to review our fiscal analysis approach.
Thank you, Vanessa. Again, Dave Frudenberger with Goodwin Consulting Group. Before I get to this bubble slide, I want to take a step back and just make sure we're all on the same page with respect to what we're referring to when we say fiscal impact analysis. And I guess in its most simple form, you could think of it as balancing your household income checkbook, or maybe, I guess more to the point, it'd be like doing a budget, which I know isn't necessarily fun, but this analysis is basically taking a really close look at a development project rather than a household income, and projecting what the annual fiscal revenues would be. So revenues like property tax, sales tax, maybe some TOT, and comparing that against the expenses that are going to be incurred by public agencies that are required to provide service to that project. Expenses like public safety, police and fire, road maintenance, those types of things. To the extent that there's a fiscal surplus, great. But to the extent that there's a fiscal deficit, we also kind of take the next step and estimate how to mitigate that deficit, describe some tools we can use to mitigate the deficit, and also estimate what the annual burden would be on a house or per square foot of a non-residential building. So let's talk about some of the, I guess, kind of key inputs as the slide describes here. There are basically a lot of methodological and assumptions that go into these things. And this bubble chart, I guess I'm going to refer to it as, is kind of represents standard fiscal practice. I mean, this is what we all do in the industry. I'm going to start on the top left with land uses. The land uses of a specific project really drive the analysis. There are, of course, the potential for residential land uses and non-residential land uses. But you got to dive a little deeper into that because fiscal impacts associated with single family versus multifamily are going to be different. Age-restricted units have a different fiscal profile. Affordable housing units also have a different fiscal profile. So we need to understand, what the level of residential development really looks like. Same with the non-residential side. Office and industrial uses are one thing. We'd start talking about retail uses, and now you're into sales tax generating uses. That obviously adds a new layer or different component to the analysis. Hotels, motels, any kind of lodging accommodations adds TOT. So we want to fully understand what the land uses are. You get into some unusual ones too, as you know, with a project like regional university, could be a university component. And then you're dealing with things like student housing, faculty and staff, those types of issues. So there's a lot of land use factors that get incorporated into a fiscal study. Those land uses, in large part, determine the demand factors, and that's the bubble towards the left and on the bottom. And by demand factors, I'm talking about service standards, levels of service. For example, how many acres of park per 1,000 population do you need to have? How many officers per 1,000 population is your desired level of service? Depending on the geographical location of the project, what's the emergency response time and how do you address those issues? Demographics up on the top right also relate in large part to the land uses when you're talking about the project. So these projects will be evaluated based on a certain number of persons per household or square feet per employee, vacancy and occupancy factors, those types of things. But demographics also play a big role in terms of what is out there now in the county. The county has a population for the entire county area, but there's also a population that relates strictly to the unincorporated area. And as Michelle already alluded to, the county provides services on a countywide basis to everybody, whether you're inside or outside a city, but it also provides services to the unincorporated area as well that look more like municipal levels of service. In the middle, another obviously huge factor is the county's budget. What does it cost to provide service for each line item in the county's budget? And there are different funds that we evaluate if we're talking about a project that is in the unincorporated area, and then a smaller subset of those that we would be dealing with for an annexation because the city would be providing a lot of the services that the county otherwise would. The general fund, the public safety fund, the fire fund, public ways, road maintenance, library, and transit are all funds that would be evaluated in an unincorporated area, and then many of those would not if we're talking about an annexation. To the left of budget, Vanessa talked about tax rate areas and ERAF shift, and that plays a huge role in determining, or at least estimating, what the property tax revenue is going to look like. That'll tell us post-ERAF what the amount of the property tax is as a percentage of the basic 1% property tax that's available to share. And then finally, the bottom right-hand side, the average cost and the case studies, those are what we refer to often as the approach, the fiscal approaches, the fiscal methodologies, and there's two of them. So the average cost is, as it suggests, for a specific budget line item, you divide by the number of persons in the county that are being provided that service. That gives you an average cost per person. You can in turn use that multiplier to multiply by the number of persons being served in the project. That'll give you a good estimate of the cost to provide that service to that project. Case studies are a little different because they look at specific tax rates, fee rates, specific elements of a project to come up with revenues and or expenses. And property tax is a good example of that. So when we're looking at the TRAs and we're understanding what the ERAF shifts are, and we know what percentage of the 1% is going to be applicable to a project, you can multiply that number by, say, the average value that's anticipated for a single-family home out there, and that'll tell you what the property tax per unit is likely to be. On the cost side, we use things like unit costs and quantities, and a quick example is parks. We have a good feel, having done this for a long time now, especially in the county, for what it costs to maintain an acre of park. And so if we know what that cost is and we know how many park acres are going to be in the project, we can determine what the cost to maintain parks is.
So the next slide is just an
I'll do it.
Go
So this is basically a real sort of, I know there are a lot of words and numbers on here, but this is actually a pretty high-level summary chart of that summarizes the conclusions of the analysis and discussions with the city of Roseville with respect to Amarusa Ranch. And I think I'm just going to work top to bottom real quick. First of all, at the top, we're analyzing what are the impacts on the county. And those are the impacts of everything, revenues and expenses, except for property tax revenue. So you can see that the general fund is projected to run a small deficit. The public safety fund, which is basically the Prop 172 revenues, is expected to run a deficit. So the county, before we evaluate the impacts of property tax revenues, looking at about $1.6 million in annual deficit. The city, also looking at this before evaluating property tax, is also running about a $1.2 million deficit. And you'll notice at the second line under the City of Roseville's heading that we've included the revenues associated with their CFD number 3, which is Community Facilities District for Fund Services. And the expectation there is that this project would either annex into that CFD and have the same exact special tax rates, or do its own, but look something like what exists out there. And the city of Roseville was in agreement that that should be evaluated. So those revenues were factored into the analysis. You get down towards the bottom, and this is where we reinsert, if you will, the property tax calculation. And there, if you look at the second line under Placer County where it says 14.5%, and then the second line under the City of Roseville, that's 12.2. You add those two together, that's 26.7% of the 1% property tax that was available post-ERAF to share between the two jurisdictions. And at the end of the day, we worked out an agreement where the county, and both Michelle and Vanessa already alluded to this, where the county would retain 58% of that amount, and the city would retain 42%. And what that meant, bottom line, for both jurisdictions is that there was a small surplus, roughly $360,000, and the city was going to end up with about 2/3 of that, and the county was going to end up with about 1/3 of that.
So to tie both those, both what Vanessa and Dave stated kind of together is, in terms of the toolboxes, what Dave's alluded to is just common methodology related to fiscal analysis that applies both to when we negotiate tax share agreements. They're industry standards that both cities and counties use together, and are applied both to how you approach your own new growth areas as well as looking at these annexation requests. There's really not a lot of differences per se. It's more just whose side of the ledger these costs and revenues fall under. And as Vanessa mentioned, that those that control the local land use authority have more tools in the toolbox. So with our own developments, when we control that land use authority, we're looking at the generation of property tax and sales tax revenues, and when there are fiscal deficits, then we're going toward those other toolboxes, such as establishing the services CFDs, as well as looking at negotiating in our development agreements, either fees or other exactions to make up that revenue difference to provide a fiscally positive development. And those same toolboxes or tools are available to cities as well when they look at these annexation requests. So not just the property tax alone, but layering in those CFDs and development agreement exactions really complete their picture when they do these annexations. And I think that's why for us, as we approach these agreements, why we really dive into property tax, because that's really that tool in annexations that we have
since we're not the local land use authority, we don't layer CFDs in other jurisdictions. We aren't a party to their development agreements and things like that. We don't have those tools available. Our tool is really just that property tax revenue. And that's why we really dive down into the TRAs, the revenues that are available. And that's why these individual agreements vary between each agreement, because that pie that's available is different with each one. So in conclusion, I know this is a very, very high level overview, but it kind of gives you a thought, a sampling of just how we approach our negotiations, how we use common sets of methodologies between the jurisdictions. We work with our partners and our partners' consultants up front when annexation requests are filed. We always kind of work to agree on that standard set of assumptions and how we apply these factors to arrive at these revenue generations. Certainly, I think in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, we are coming back the end of this summer, early fall, really with a more focused and robust discussion related to our fiscal assumptions, kind of more so for us, for our new growth areas, making sure we're checking in with our board. It's been 5 years. We want to make sure with the budget coming forward with proposed budget and final budget in September that we're dialing into any emerging issues that may come about. But certainly in absence of direction today, we just really wanted to provide this informational overview of the principles and processes and regulatory frameworks that we function under, and kind of how we do our business in terms of these annexation requests. I think with that, our team's available to answer any questions that you may have going forward. Okay. Thank you for the time.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, I just have one question. I think I know the answer. So when a jurisdiction wants to annex property into their jurisdiction, the county only has one bite of the apple, to say. That's the only time we can do anything as far as covering countywide costs. Is that?
That's correct. Yeah. Yes. Right. Unless you agree to reopen the agreement, you've got one bite at the apple. Right. Yeah.
Supervisor Wagon.
Couple of questions. So I've been around for a while, so I've seen a few of these, and most of them are not on the board's radar screen because the respective staffs tend to come to agreement, maybe with some exceptions. So I just want to revisit, make sure I do have a pretty good understanding. So conceptually, in our general plan, we have some verbiage that talks about new development paying its fair share or retaining our levels of service. So conceptually, from a policy perspective, what I've always followed is the idea that if we take a look at our budget, that's reflective, of course, of our levels of service. And we try to do these negotiations and also development within the county such that that is not going to be diminished. So economists like to say, all else being equal, which is never the case, but for the purpose of analysis, it's helpful. We try to retain those sort of line item, what we're spending at the coroner's office and for parks and district attorney, and our policy is that we're not going to diminish that with new development. So is that philosophically, Michelle, how you take all that forward?
That's correct. As Dave mentioned, we look at the budgets coming forward and develop a table of what we call average cost multipliers. On the annexations, we extrapolate out any municipal services that we might provide our unincorporated constituents, and we really drill down into those countywide services. And we look at multipliers based on the person served factors, and so that we're looking at maintaining that level of service.
Yeah, so that's accurate. There are a couple of exceptions. There are times where we encounter where a public agency is actually not providing the level of service that it desires, and its budget reflects that. So there's deferred maintenance associated with roads, public buildings, OPEB obligations, those types of things. And to the extent we can, and if we're dealing with an annexation, then we got to reach some agreement with another jurisdiction on this. But we try to build in some extra dollars, if you will, to account for the fact that the budget really isn't reflective of the desired level of service. Another thing that we did, and this was rare and unique back during the Great Recession, when a lot of public agencies were experiencing dramatically reduced budgets, was we looked back 5 years, 8 years, even 10 years, and used an average annual budget to sort of try to reflect what a typical year's level of service would be. But in recent years, using the current fiscal year budget has worked just fine.
And so it's my understanding, again, just based on the times when I've gotten more intimately drug into these disagreements, if it ended up that way, that typically a city has a consultant, we have a consultant.
Correct.
Or if it's like the vineyards and it's all in the county, we have a consultant, but then the project developer will have their fiscal people, and if there's a dispute, sometimes we're talking about we're charging too much for the corner or something. But most of the time, it seems like the consultants do the economic evaluation and they come to consensus, with the exception of very small things. For example, I was involved in the Amoruso annexation discussion at the policy level in my district, and the resolution was a small change of the total. Okay. So another question is, I know that you work, your firm works fairly broadly. Not sure exactly of your market, but you might want to talk about that a little bit. What I'm interested in is this, the norm, is the methodology by which we're doing all this, what the vast majority of people do, or are we doing something extremely unusual? I know in the staff report there was a talk about the 3 different approaches, and I actually was not aware of that before the staff report. So if you could address that a bit.
Sure. Those were 3 different approaches to actually executing a tax sharing agreement, but the approach to the fiscal analysis is standard industry practice. We're doing an analysis that we do all over the state, and the approach, the methodology, a lot of the assumptions are consistent with the way these things have been done for 20, 30 years. Not only that, but Michelle has alluded to the fiscal impact analysis review that the board underwent in 2014. And at that time, an independent fiscal consulting firm was brought in to review those approaches, EPS. They do a lot of work in Northern California, and they're well respected. And not only did they prepare that analysis, but firms like ours commented on it. Firms like DPFG, which represents landowners and developers, commented on it. And through that process, 3 of you were there during that time period. 2 weren't, but we got direction from the board on how to proceed. It was primarily at the time related to Placer Vineyards, but it was intended to be utilized with other projects as well. EPS also happens to be the City of Roseville's fiscal consultant. So we worked closely with EPS to develop this agreement for Amoruso Ranch. EPS also happens to be the City of Lincoln's consultant. So we all are working with different agencies and different private sector clients, and we all have a common understanding about how these fiscal studies are conducted.
I think, kind of getting back to your earlier point, that they are a pretty common set of methodologies that we use that are applied throughout the industry. And like you said earlier, really when we get in discussions with our respective partners, we're kind of drilling down and focusing on specific line items or questions within line items, not the broad-based set of assumptions, because they're pretty common in how we apply for our fiscal analysis.
Okay, and then another one is, over the years, my observation, I think, is that sometimes we do a really thorough analysis on something like the vineyards, for example, because the implications are so huge. And then sometimes I think we do no modeling at all because it may be a small issue, or I think, if I recall correctly, that Rockland once annexed a part of the county that was almost all completely built out, and it was a part of the Sunset Industrial Area, so it was a key policy interest to me. And it was a very profitable component in the county because there was a lot of business sales tax, so giving it up fiscally was one reason that the county had some concerns. But we did all that, and I think we did it without modeling, so I'm assuming that sometimes we actually do no modeling at all, if in fact we had just recently done a model, or if it was some anomaly like that whereby, in that case, the county agreed to a fiscal analysis that included sales tax share for a while. And we thought it was good policy as related to Rockland, and there were other reasons, non-fiscal, that we did that, but I recall there was no modeling, if I got that right.
So the recent ones that we've utilized, on an annual basis, we update our factors, is what we call them, our table stats that we use, that we apply these person serves, where you multiply things out. We update those on a regular basis based upon the final budgets that are approved, and we can either run those analysis in-house or for much larger projects, where I think we're working as a group and with our respective jurisdictions, we farm out that to either peer review or conduct the analysis ourselves, in partnership with Goodwin, who's our consultant. So it can be both ways, but on an annual basis, at least during my tenure here, we've updated all of our assumptions. So we're functioning from the most current data related to our budgets.
And in the case of that particular project that you're referring to, if it was mostly built out, there may have been less of a need for modeling and projecting revenues, and instead relying on facts that were known, right? You could go to the property tax roll and get the information that tells you how much property tax is being generated. You can have a firm that's tracking sales tax tell you how much sales tax is being generated from that area. So it's using actual information rather than projected information.
Yeah, and actually we had all that, and at the time the city manager, who's now retired, but then the council, I don't think anybody's on the campus, so there was only one area left in that area that was undeveloped, and it was pretty small.
Yeah.
And the city manager wanted to make sure that it stayed non-residential, because they wanted it for the profit benefit, if you will, as well as more appropriate boundaries for the county. But after those people left, the non-residential part got converted to residential, and the county's cost ended up being higher. So there is that. You made a note of the fact that once it is incorporated, we lose our land use jurisdiction. But it wasn't, it worked out fine. So this is a technical thing, but may be helpful to me as we go forward. One thing that's very frustrating for those of us who sit up here and on city councils is just the anomaly, the unfairness of the fact that Prop 13 provides for so many different tax share areas, and it's just awful when there's a low tax share area, and it makes it so much harder to do these things and try to shake hands on something. Or in the case of the vineyards, trying to make that pencil in the face of developers telling us how expensive our fees are. The ERAF shift, is it, so the tax rates vary dramatically. Does the ERAF shift, is that a constant percent, or does it vary also?
It varies by jurisdiction.
Great. Okay, I'm almost done.
It's never easy.
Yeah, thanks. Was the last time we did a full-blown modeling, my recollection is that Amoruso, is that accurate though?
No, we actually we did the analysis in terms of an annexation. We did that late 2018. That analysis for Amoruso. Yeah.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Okay, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. Couple of questions. So when it comes to tax sharing agreements and when it can finally go before LAFCO, my understanding is the city and the county have to come to an agreement with a tax sharing agreement before it can go to LAFCO.
That's correct.
Right. And so because the land is in the county, until the county gets an agreement with the city, there's a stalemate, right? It is until there's finally some agreement between the two parties, can any type of annexation go forward before LAFCO?
In layman's terms, there's nothing in the code that requires the county to agree. So until such time as both parties agree, it doesn't go forward.
Thus the reason some of these tax sharing agreements can take 2.5+ years. And it sounds like, though, the county updates its factors, right? So that's probably what happened during Amoruso, if I recall.
Right.
That on the way to making a tax sharing agreement, new budget out, we're going to change the factors, which was very frustrating for those folks. Well, it was very frustrating for those of us on the city council at the time. And after there's that agreement, there's nobody that really oversees or takes a second look at that agreement. I mean, LAFCO's the board that says yes, but they don't do any type of analysis of the tax sharing agreement.
No, they remain in effect.
So the two parties have to come to some agreement. And then where does sales tax play into these tax sharing agreements?
Depends on the project. Not all of our agreements include a sales tax component. It really we look for projects that have more, not so much neighborhood commercial and things like that, but more the regional commercial and whether it's applicable to look at sales tax sharing or on those types of projects. Most of our recent projects are just a straight up property tax agreement sharing. However, when we look at the fiscal modeling and types of revenues that offset costs, we do look at how much of sales tax can be projected to be generated by those projects, that it can be available to offset costs.
Yeah, that's a great point. So whether the sales tax is actually included as a tax sharing item in a tax sharing agreement, you can be sure that the sales tax has been factored into the analysis. So, but where sales tax does get included in a tax sharing agreement is usually more related to a unique land use or a policy issue around a jurisdiction's ability to have some level of control over those revenues. So if there's an auto mall that's being contemplated as part of a project, oftentimes sales tax will enter into the agreement together with property tax. Or if a city feels like sales tax is either a less volatile or a less volatile revenue or revenue that they can, I don't know, have more control over, they may that may end up being included in a tax sharing agreement.
So if the county and a city are trying to negotiate and there's not enough revenue in the property tax to make either whole, then the county might look at the sales tax revenue that's projected to be generated to offset costs, or not. I mean, if they remain whole, then does the city just keep the sales tax?
So most of the time, that's already factored into the fiscal analysis. So when we look at what the net result is, and if there is a fiscal deficit, we've already factored in that projected sales tax generation. And I think alluding back...
For the city, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think alluding back to what we said earlier, when you control local land use, when you have that land use authority, then we look at, well, a city, as an example, in an annexation can then layer in CFDs for services, for those enhanced type services. They have the ability to negotiate fees and other exactions through development agreements to help augment revenue sources to bring them up to fiscally neutral, whereas from a county perspective, we approach these on a conservative basis, and really property tax is our main thing we're looking at negotiating. So cities have much more tools in the toolbox to make up any fiscal deficit that may occur as a result of these analyses. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wagon, did you have something else that you want?
One more question, if you
okay, yeah,
will
please.
accommodate. Made me think, so the financial background, so that's always been a key priority to me at the county. And the things I worry about, the ones that keep me up awake at night, is not so much what we can negotiate ourselves as long as we have the political will to stick with it, but I worry about things like ERAF shifts by the state, or things like the state of California confiscating all of our redevelopment agencies while at the same time they whine about affordable housing not being available enough. There are a list of others, but one of the things that currently is happening is sales tax. City of Roseville's good experience went back to the ballot to try to backfill diminishing in sales tax that they saw as a result of internet purchasing. Do you guys take into consideration in your modeling those kinds of socioeconomic changes, and or including another thing that I worry about, it'd be not for me to worry about, but I think about it, is that if you wave a magic wand and there's full build out in Placer County, cities and county, currently under Prop 13, assessed valuations can only go up at 2% a year, which historically speaking almost certainly will be less than inflation. And therefore our cost drivers are probably going to go up more than that, but yet if all we had for increased revenue was increases in assessed valuation, do your models factor in those kinds of contingencies or economic changes? Or
shorter answer to that, I think is why it's important for us to come back and do those updates and check-ins with our model. It's more of a, sometimes you look at the assumptions at hand that you have then, but with particularly sales tax and the change of that environment occurring so fast, That's why we wanted to come back to the board this fall and really, ask the questions of, do we drill down a little bit deeper or look at other types of methodology or assumptions to carry forward in future analysis related to that. But it's certainly an area that's emerging that we need to probably take a deeper dive in because things are changing so fast.
Yeah, with respect to the sales tax question, most of the time these fiscal studies look at what the projected development of retail land uses is going to be. And in theory, if there's been a reasonably comprehensive market analysis behind that to justify the amount of retail development that's going to be proposed, it will have factored in already the notion that online sales is growing, right? So we'll have less brick and mortar and more online, and the proposed development of retail should reflect that. On the other hand, there is demand side associated with sales tax, and if you got several thousand homes out there, it's going to generate demand for retail sales. And that's probably something that I think, could be reviewed going forward and reassessing kind of what the demand from new homes is going to be that relates to brick and mortar retail. And we try to track those on an annual basis. We know what the per capita retail sales is for the state and for local jurisdictions, and we can see the trends in those, and that's already reflecting a shift from brick and mortar to online. So we think we're capturing that, but maybe we're a little bit behind the curve because we're always looking back at the historical data. With respect to the assessed values, it's true that once a house is purchased, the assessed values only get increased 2% per year, but once that resells, then you recalibrate to the market rate, and then you go back to the 2% per year. Our fiscal models include assumptions about the amount of turnover that's going to take place both on the residential side and the non-residential side. So I think we're addressing that concern already.
Yeah. The point was that once there's build out, then you're not going to be able to back. You have no option. We set that price one time in perpetuity, and it's completely out of our control as to what happens.
Then you just have to hope that it turns over more frequently. Right.
Council, did you want to add something on this?
Yes, it was just wanted to add something to responding to Supervisor Gore's question about the process. It's important to remember too that once the jurisdictions come to an agreement on the tax share agreement on the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 99, it's required to go to each jurisdiction's governing body. And that governing body must adopt a resolution approving that tax share agreement. And those resolutions must first go to LAFCO before LAFCO will take up the issue of the annexation.
Okay, Supervisor Gustafson.
I had a couple quick questions. I think it's self-explanatory, but I want to make sure I'm clear. The chart in the staff report is the combination of all TRAs throughout the county. Because obviously they vary. There's 400 of them, and I'm talking about the percentage share of property tax and how it's distributed. So that's, I don't
make sure I'm looking at the right.
I don't believe it was in your presentation.
Oh, in the
It's
staff
your
report.
Staff report.
That's correct. That's straight from our budget book. And
Right.
It talks about
Okay.
just what the average amount of the 1% is.
Okay. And then Exhibit B, it's the policy guidelines for exchange of property tax revenues and jurisdictional changes involving special districts, which I'm more familiar with. Who adopted Exhibit B? Is
Board
that
of
a
Supervisors adopted it back in 1980.
Okay, so this has been the policy since 1980. On number 3 on that, if you could take a look at that. Suggests that even in cases where there is an exchange of service responsibilities, when property tax revenues in an area proposed for annexation have not previously funded the service or services to the funded by the annexing jurisdiction, there will be no negotiations or exchange of property tax, even if it requires more services from the special district. Is that how I would read that?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And then it also, in item number 5, says If the market valuation is less than 100,000, there will be no negotiations.
That's correct.
And market value is of 100,000 for 1 year, or?
We can pull property tax records and see what the valuation is of that area that's proposed.
For that particular year, but not looking at the lifetime of that annexation.
Typically no.
Revenue, and so there's no
Not that line item.
negotiations. Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that, who had adopted this and how it was implemented. Interesting.
They are guidelines, and those sections that you references are more the anomalies versus what's typically what we see coming forward.
Right, but obviously they raise issues when things change after, because the land use, the county is the land use decision-making body.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments from our board members, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Any member of the public want to address the board on this particular item, ask any questions or anything along those lines? This would be the time to do it. Good afternoon, morning-ish.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Hansen. I'm the city manager with the City of Lincoln. I sincerely appreciate this opportunity to address the board. And thank you, Chairman Uller, for allowing us to have this public comment. And thank you to county staff for the information provided. As the board is aware, we've had several discussions with supervisors as well as county staff related to some of the City of Lincoln's current financial challenges. The City of Lincoln has found ourselves in a little bit of a predicament with what we would consider some long-term financial challenges that have now come home to roost. Part of these challenges came to light as a result of a state audit that was completed by the state auditor on behalf of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. And those challenges are related to the management of funds and the various restrictions related to those funds. In an effort to address many of those audit findings, we have found it now necessary to really do a deep dive into the city's finances. It has been no secret that the City of Lincoln has for a long time had several major challenges with our general fund, and this is exhibited primarily by our severely deficient public safety service levels. In the state of California, there are 316 incorporated cities in the state of California. And the City of Lincoln holds the esteemed position of being the last in this entire state. We are number 316 in officers per capita ratio in the entire state of California. And in fact, there was just yesterday, we have 48,000 people in the City of Lincoln, and unfortunately we only had 2 officers on duty during the daytime hours. These situations are not unique, and it has essentially become our way of life within the City of Lincoln. And this is primarily related to several issues, but one of them is related to 4 tax sharing agreements or tax rate areas that were formally negotiated with the county in 1994. We do not believe that those tax sharing agreements took into account that essential services such as public safety should be of higher priority than non-essential services. So we are here today to respectfully ask the board to allow for further discussions related to the framework that not only we apply to future tax sharing negotiations, but also take consideration of the 4 tax sharing areas that are causing some extreme distress to the City of Lincoln's general fund. And I do sincerely appreciate your consideration of this request. And if you do have any questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer them if I can, but I will abide by my 3-minute comment period.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from board members. Anybody else want to address the board? Yes, please.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Ted Jones. I was formerly a resident of Lincoln. I'm now a resident of the city of Auburn. Just sitting here, just listening, the goal that I've heard is fiscal neutrality. But everything I've heard is rather arbitrary. You have 400 different agreements. You have things that have shifted and changed over time between property taxes, TOT, and sales tax. And as a former member of Lincoln, I know how minimal the services were. One one of the things that was mentioned was an arbitration process. And I guess the question would be, and it can be answered later, is how does that work? Because it seems to me there would be an opportunity. You do the analysis up front, but nobody tends to revisit these agreements, so you don't know what's what. And as a business owner, I know there's variable costs and fixed costs, yet all of your costs are based on percentages. And the county seems to have, obviously, some fixed and mandated costs by the state. And looking at some of the property tax share agreements, I see situations where the county seems to have done rather well and getting a lot of the excess. And I just look at the comparison between the county and, in this case, the city of Lincoln. It could be the case in many of the other cities. It just seems like, as a resident and a business owner, it seems like these deals are done not out in the open where we can't see them as residents and see what's going on. And it doesn't seem like there's a lot of transparency in that there could be other cities that maybe are at a disadvantage, smaller cities that don't have an opportunity too often to negotiate with a county that has vast experience and consultants and 400 agreements. So my concern would just be to have a more transparent process. Obviously, you have not revisited your costs, and you're going to do that. But shouldn't any excess monies really go to the cities? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to address the board on this item? Go ahead, step right on up. After this gentleman, anybody else thinking about? All right, anyone other? Okay, a couple of folks.
All right, hi. My name's Tony Manning. I live in Lincoln, California. And I want to thank the staff for their presentation. That helped me quite a bit. The big thing that I got from that is that there's a lot of fiscal analysis done to figure out these tax sharing agreements. And when you look back at the 1990s and the agreement that Lincoln's in, you realize that the fiscal analysis are flawed. They just don't work. Our city manager just said we have the lowest police ratio in the state of California, lowest per capita. I'm going to try to have some fun facts here just to bring this to perspective, what that looks like. First off, yesterday there was a Facebook post by our police department on the surface that looked really nice. They believe for the first time we had an entire women force out on the streets yesterday patrolling the city of Lincoln. That's great when you look at it through that lens. But when you look deeper, there were only 2 police officers in the picture. We only had 2 on duty for a city of 48,000 people. But some fun facts here. We all remember Mayberry and the Andy Griffith Show. Now, I couldn't figure out what the population of Mayberry was, but I do know they had 1 barber shop. So I think we'll all agree it was pretty small. Mayberry had 2 armed officers on duty, just like the city of Lincoln with 48,000 people. Another fun fact is the Dukes of Hazzard. We all remember the Dukes of Hazzard. They had Officer Enos, Cletus Hogg, and then they also had Roscoe. Remember Roscoe Pico Train. They had 3 officers on duty, armed officers, and they could never catch the Duke brothers. But Roscoe had his dog Flash. We had to cut our K-9 department several years ago. So bringing this all back home, in 1990, Lincoln had 1,061 people in our population, and we had 1 armed officer then. Today we have 48,000, and we have 2 on duty. Obviously there's a problem. Obviously the fiscal analysis from the 1990s was flawed. So it looks like it's a zero-sum game, that the negotiations are a feast or famine, David versus Goliath, or the survival of the fittest. What I'm asking the supervisors to do is let's open this back up, reopen it, let's look at the facts, do what you guys can do to help the city of Lincoln out. Thank you.
Thank you. And if memory serves, Barney was only allowed to put a bullet in his gun with Andy's permission. So really 1 armed officer.
Thank you for that. Good morning. Good afternoon now, and thank you for the opportunity to address you briefly. I wasn't going to make any reference to my bullets so they wouldn't be misconstrued, but I would like to point out that I would like to be Andy and not Barney. So.
Yes, exactly.
I've been in law enforcement for 35 years.
I need your name for the record.
I apologize. Doug Lee, Chief of Police in Lincoln.
Thank you.
Been in law enforcement for 35 years, increasing responsibilities at a large agency in a neighboring county, worked my way up through the ranks there, and then came to work here where I found our staffing to be woefully, we are woefully understaffed for the population. It's easy to point at Lincoln and say that the crime rate is very low there, and it is. We're fortunate. Overall, we have a low crime rate. The 1/4 or so of the population that lives in Sun City, Lincoln Hills, we're very fortunate that there's not a lot of crime that occurs there. But we also don't have the ability to address what their biggest concern is, and that's traffic. A lot of people run the stop signs and so forth there, and they demand that we go out there and aggressively, proactively enforce traffic laws, and we don't have the staff to do that. And I'm worried about the day where something very tragic is going to happen, and we have to say, I'm sorry, we didn't have a traffic officer. We have seen increases in our felony arrests and misdemeanor arrests over the last couple of years, decent increases for a city of that size. And so we do the best that we can with the staff we have, but I am very concerned about our ability to address things as we grow as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Bill Hack. I'm the fire chief for the city of Rockland, and also under a shared management service agreement, I'm the fire chief for the city of Lincoln. I was asked to briefly talk about the staffing levels for the city of Lincoln. In comparison to national levels and also in local comparisons, the staffing level is severely diminished compared to both, again, nationally and regionally. If you look at it, the major challenges are due to the limitations of the general fund. When you look at the per capita cost that the Lincoln is able to invest in its fire protection, it's the lowest out of its regional partners, and throughout the Central Valley, we can spend about $87 per capita. The next closest within the comparable cities is 20% more, and the average is about twice as much. That leads to obviously challenges in response, and also impacts our regional partners in a significant way when we're asked to, on every single fire, call for services from our regional partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the public? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wygant, you have a comment?
Yeah, a couple. I actually have one question. I think the comment was made that fixed variable costs aren't considered in these analysis, but from what I know, would disagree with that, as well as the fact as to whether or not the historically negotiated numbers are not revisited. So if I understand correctly, when we do these analyses, we really look at an area that's going to develop, whether it's in the city or the county. We do the best estimate we can, period, as it relates to trying to expect what our cost side is going to be and also what the revenue side is going to be, thereby backfilling the revenue side if we need to with CFDs or something. And I don't think we just blanket look at, it costs 42 cents per person on average for the coroner's cost. Don't know why I keep coming back to the corner. I got it. But I think we look at current modeling, current practices. If there are deficient levels of service, we plug that in. So do you have any comment on that?
Sure. The fiscal modeling that we do, number one, is updated, and Michelle alluded to this, is updated every year. Every time the next fiscal year budget comes out, it's reviewed, new average cost factors are developed. So yeah, that's as current as it can get. With respect to fixed versus variable costs, one of the things that happened during that 2014 review and ultimate board direction was a line-by-line analysis of how much of that cost is fixed and how much of that cost is variable. And a percentage was ascribed to each one of those line items that related to the fixed portion versus the variable portion. That was a thorough analysis. I mean, it's as comprehensive as it gets, line by line. It hasn't been updated for 5 years, and maybe that's something that we should look at going forward, but I doubt seriously that those percentages have changed a lot over the 4 years. The structure of your budget hasn't changed that much. The costs line by line haven't changed that much, but it's probably one of the things that ought to be looked at when we do our next review.
Then a comment was made on the transparency question, and just for those of us who sit up here, my personal perspective is that all of these agreements have to be in fact voted on publicly and noticed, so that's a thorough thing if people in the public want to dig into it. I'm available to talk about these things as they go forward if somebody has some particular concerns. But it's a lot like our labor negotiations. There's only so much that you can do publicly. You can't get very far down the road in those kinds of intense negotiations, particularly if there's a lot of emotion involved. Sometimes people just need to talk amongst themselves. And with that, my last comment is going to be, as it relates to the city of Lincoln, I grew up there. I represent every single citizen in the citizen. My job is as a county supervisor. I'm not on the city council. I'm not in position, nor should I be, to run the city. My predisposition, current thought process is that because of nobody who's around today, there was, it wasn't that the modeling was flawed with regards to the South Lincoln and 12 Bridges annexations. I'm concerned that the management of the city at the time and the council way back then simply didn't backfill the development. They probably knew what they needed to do because of the analyses, and for political reasons or whatever pressure they might have reacted to, those projects weren't funded well. The modeling was fine, and today we are where we are, which affects all of us. And I think it's in the county's interest to make sure we do everything we can, except diminish our levels of service to try to fix all that. So Jennifer, I know we spoke yesterday. I'm available. What I'd like to do, if you're willing, is I've talked to Todd this morning about maybe we can start meeting and catching each other up. I think there needs to be some communication on both sides, but nothing would make me, the last time I visited Lincoln's fiscal condition was during the general plan update when Primo Santini was on the council, and he and I had to argue about a lot of things, but I was looking for a way to plug in our conservation plan as well as accommodate Lincoln's goals and its fiscal health. So I'm willing to do all that again, learn a lot about the details, and if you guys will listen to our side, I think we could talk about some things and maybe come up with some options that might be acceptable to get 2 other votes up here at the end of the day. So I just want to make that publicly stated.
Supervisor Gordon, you have something you want to add?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. You know, the agreements back in 1994, which was 25 years ago, and I'd like to say I wasn't, well, I certainly wasn't around here 25 years ago, but old enough to, there are a few people who were around 25 years ago. You know, and back then, the city of Lincoln, much smaller, 25 years ago, small staff, and the county had a lot more authority and ability to make a tax sharing agreement at least be cost neutral for the county. But I had heard rumors, honestly, of folks sort of bragging about years ago about the deal the county got in those tax sharing agreements years ago. And when I think about our county and our community, I think about it should really be a partnership between the county and the cities working together to make sure this is a great place to live and work. And when any community is suffering and not being able to provide basic public safety services, that's sort of a blemish on the entire county in some way. I do think we should go back and look at what happened 25 years ago. Because I've heard plenty of rumors. I've heard plenty of things that it didn't quite go the way it probably should have been. And I'm not saying that it's the county's responsibility to fix the city of Lincoln's financial issues. At the same time, I think we have an opportunity as a county to try to make something right if it wasn't done the way possibly it should have been done 25 years ago. And so I'd like to find a way to open that up, have some conversations. Maybe we can do a third-party audit or a third party coming together with the county and the city to look at these, so it's not just two battling entities, right? We don't want that, but I do think that there's an opportunity to look back at what happened years ago and say, you know, maybe we need to do this a little bit better, at least from what happened 25 years ago. And then as we move forward, we've got to have some future discussions about how we do tax sharing agreements. You know, they really should not take 2.5, 3 years, because ultimately we know we need housing in this community, right? We have some opportunities. We have developers who want to build. We want to bring in businesses and commercial businesses into our community. But when it takes years to get through a tax sharing agreement, that is so very frustrating. When ultimately, let's make it work, have the county be successful, have the city be successful, and then move forward. So, you know, we should probably talk about this line by line thing and what that looks like and what really does the county drill down on, because I don't know if it's very clear what all of those things are. And maybe you just sort of change the way we do some of this business so that it doesn't take so long, so it's not so frustrating, that we're not spending really millions of dollars, and not only, you know, the developer's time, but staff time on both the city and the county side. It's just very frustrating, I think, for all parties concerned. So I'd like us to take a look at that again. I don't know if y'all would agree with me. I know that there's some future tax sharing agreements that are coming down the line, and I want to make sure that those don't take forever, ever and ever, and amen, and see if we can make sure that our partners in our cities are treated, that we have a good working process when we do this in the future.
Supervisor Wagon, something you want to?
Yeah, I just want to causes me by it. First of all, thank you, but I do want to publicly make a couple of statements because I think it'll help us get to a healthier dialogue earlier. So Kirk was on the Board of Supervisors, so first of all, everything is his fault.
Because I was one of the good old boys at 26 years old at the time.
So secondly, I was on the County Planning Commission, and the Del Webb 12 Bridges project was actually approved in the county in partnership with the city. I voted on it, but with full expectation and with a pathway by which would almost immediately be annexed into the city of Lincoln. And so then when I came to the board in 1995, after all that was done, and with the City of Lincoln's general plan update with Council Member Cosgrove and Santini mostly, we did take a real thorough look at those annexations, keeping in mind Del Webb and Lincoln Crossings were the other part of the 12 Bridge, which was a large population base, unfortunately. I'm fully confident, unless somebody has some new information, that the county was not unfair. That word has been used a lot. They actually did the modeling the way we normally do it. If anything, they could argue that it's more likely there were concessions by the county as compared to not, which isn't to say we don't have a problem today. But I really wanted to make sure I said that publicly to make sure we could start off with a more healthy and constructive conversation, because the implications could be huge that could result in potential exposure to the county as it relates to our rural levels of service, and that would be something that would be horribly frustrating to me, and I think something we just want to go into with our eyes wide open and good, healthy perspective, but a good, open willingness on everybody's side to hear anything and everything and try to find some solutions to these problems.
Thank you. Well, as the good old boy who was here, just putting things in context, I'd remind folks that to Robert's point, the Del Webb project for Lincoln Hills was falling right on the heels of Del Webb's very first non-desert community in Roseville, which just exploded and did extremely well and was, at the time, a little island unto itself as it developed out. And Lincoln was very enthusiastic about being able to move forward with a project that included Del Webb's second Sun City community outside of the desert. And so there was a very strong enthusiasm on the part of the City of Lincoln to get a deal done and get that project going within the city. Not to say that they might have made any mistakes anywhere along the way in how they did the analysis, but I'll just let you know that there was a very strong enthusiasm for that project as it was moving forward, as it was with the entire 12 Bridges project as it came forward. As we sit here today, my thoughts are very simply, there are an awful lot of unknowns and unknowables when we put these agreements together. I heard it referenced that we take into consideration OPEB costs and all the rest. Frankly, I would challenge that. Those are knowables, largely. Obviously, the escalation of those things more recently was not foreseeable, just given on how PERS has decided to ramp up the cost to local jurisdictions. However, we do, both as cities and counties, face unknowables. Robert gave the example of our redevelopment agencies going away. More recently, we as the county have seen our service costs in our jail increase dramatically as the state has reclassified quite a few crimes that were prison eligible to now be jail eligible. We have as Sheriff Bell would tell you, a far more sophisticated level of criminal that we're now dealing with in our jails than we've historically dealt with. That obviously feeds through our entire system with our district attorneys and our probation. So every time the state makes a change that puts more of a burden on the counties or on the cities, I think these are things that are worthy of us taking a look at to say, okay, how does this work now overall from a give and take standpoint? The one area where I think we have to have some very candid conversation, and this is not pointing a finger at any jurisdiction in Placer County. Let's just take Mayberry. Somebody brought up Mayberry. If Mayberry were one of our jurisdictions, and the employees of the city of Mayberry were making 3 times market rate, I'm going to have far less sympathy when it comes to having a conversation about tax share, because you're paying out of scale and you're driving up the costs artificially. Don't come to me talking about maintaining levels of service when you're paying out of market. I mentioned Mayberry because I don't think there's anybody in Placer County that's doing that now. That hasn't always been the case. We have had tax share conversations where I, as a county supervisor, have sat here and thought, don't talk to me about maintaining your level of service when you guys are gold plating stuff. And like I said, I'm not experiencing that today, and I think that a lot of local governments have realized the error of those previous ways. So I'm certainly open to having a conversation about were deals that were negotiated 20, 30 years ago, were those the right deals? Do they work well today? But understand that's a two-way street because things have changed for the cities as well as the counties. But I think that it does invite, perhaps a little more candid and closer inspection as to what are appropriate levels of service that we are all providing to our constituents and what is a reasonable cost to be paying for those services. And I think as long as we're all honest with each other about moving forward with those conversations, we can be productive. It does the county absolutely no good to have cities that are not able to provide adequate service levels. That results in diminished assessed values of homes when they resell, which hurts us all, especially the county, if we've got a good tax share agreement like we've got. So it's in our interest to make sure that appropriate levels of service are maintained and assessed valuations are maintained. And it's not in our interest, as we look again around the county at jurisdictions and how they're being managed, it's not in our interest to find ourselves in a position of having to assume service deliveries for jurisdictions that are unable to continue to afford service delivery, whether they be special fire districts or a particular town that is now dealing with an election today. So all that said, I have absolutely no problem with us having a conversation with our jurisdictions, perhaps beginning with Lincoln, about what the assumptions were back then. Were those assumptions realized? Where did we miss the mark? Let's learn from it as we move forward, and let's see if if a more fair appropriation of dollars currently collected doesn't result in better services for all citizens, and therefore continue our upward march of assessed valuations, which we've enjoyed here in Placer County. So if you read any direction out of that, if not, feel free to let me know, and I'm more happy to be more clear. Seeing no other comments from our board members, this was just an information item, and so we'll go ahead and say thank you very much to staff for the presentation. Thank you to Lincoln for coming and chatting with us, and Rockland as well, represented by the fire chief. So as we move forward, you guys go ahead. We're going to move forward. We have a department item I want to get to, but before we take up that department item, it's item 9A. Before we take up 9A, we are going to adjourn to closed session. There are two quick items we need to take up in closed session, and then we'll come back with that department item.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider two items of existing litigation. A is Cole versus County. B is Concerned Citizens for Community versus County.
here, all right. All right, so we are back from closed session, and I'll have our county council report out.
The board met in closed session to consider 2 of the 4 items on the agenda. Item A, Cole versus County. The board heard a report and provided direction. On concerned citizens for community and public lands versus county, that would be item B. The board heard a report, no action was taken. That concludes report out of closed session.
Great, thank you. And just for an FYI, Supervisor Euler had to take off to an appointment, and so I will continue chairing the meeting. We will move on to item 9A, which is our Facility Management Department, about the proposed Placer County Government Center Multifamily Workforce Housing Project Funding Plan. Take it away.
Paul Breckenridge with Capital Improvements, Facilities Management, here with several team members, including Jeff Riley, who's with Mercy Housing, Eric Findley with Real Estate Sean Purvines, and I think we do have representation from HHS, who's been an integral partner with the project to date. So we are available and ready for questions after the presentation. So with that, going to the first slide here. So today, considering a proposed project funding plan with Mercy Housing California for the development of a multifamily apartment and townhome facility at the PCGC, the Placer County Government Center. Back in June of last year, just right about a year ago now, the board approved us moving ahead with an option to ground lease agreement with Mercy Housing. From there, that we spent the last year basically working through how we're going to fund the project, evaluating the site, obtaining the preliminary design information and approvals. We're securing those, or Mercy's securing those now, and looking to negotiate what could be a potential 99-year ground lease for affordable housing with the county at the Government Center. So Mercy Housing, in coordination with the county, our team, we've made substantial progress in regard to the task scopes associated with the option agreement, including, again, the continuous and extensive coordination with the group's divisions on the slide there. All the planning and environmental approvals, including for the master plan and the project level review, EIR, associated with the Placer County Government Center master plan update that happened in April. Our state funding applications, I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. We've got three of those items that are part of the county financial consideration, or part of the county components of the funding plan. And again, going through the design site review, and we'll have hopefully the design site review approvals wrapped up in coordination with Mercy and the planning department, our planning department, before our July 1st low-income housing tax credit application. Continuing, their board-approved funding plan is required as part of the option agreement, so that's what we're here today to talk about. The basis of that funding plan is 9% low-income housing tax credit application. So that's the basis for the funding, which are associated with affordable housing projects here in the state. The funding plan is to include county financial commitments, will include the financial commitments to develop the project, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. And just to note that currently the numbers that we're showing, that if those need to change based on if we need to go a different direction to get funding for whatever happened, if something changes with our applications as we go out to get our funding, and the numbers for the county consideration changes, we'll be back to the board to discuss that with you. And then the negotiated long-term ground lease agreement. So the board gave us direction to negotiate and potentially execute that once all the funding and the elements of the project are approved and secured. Just a quick primer or background on where the site is. So this is the east or west, yes, it would be the east side of the Government Center. So the shaded area that is our 3-acre parcel on First and Bell is our site for the housing project. So just east of the chapel, the existing chapel, and the DeWitt component there, and just up from the Home Depot project that's currently there now. Just a quick look, same area, but with the master plan superimposed, the same 3 acres at First and Bell. So this is was part of the master plan, and it is being designated as a housing residential location. Just a little bit about the project itself, the description there. It is a family-oriented apartment and townhome project, and it will offer a wide range of income limits and achievable rents, if you will. The 3-acre site with the unit total is about 26.3 units to the acre. As part of the master plan, we had bumped that up from its current, or what it was previously, to about 30 units to the acre. So we've been able to increase and maximize as best we can with the unit count for those 3 acres. Outdoor common green space, children's play apparatus areas, community garden, shared patio and barbecue areas, so some nice amenities associated with the project. Total units with 162 bedrooms. So keep in mind that of the 79 units, that there are a lot of 2- and 3-bedroom units. So if you look at the overall bedroom count and the occupancy, that the number of bedrooms is substantial for the 79 apartments. So we've got 18 3-bedroom units, 33 2-bedroom units, 21 ones, and then 7 3-bedroom attached townhomes. The affordability ranges up to 60% of the average median income. The community building at 3,000 square feet includes community room, kitchen, conference, administrative, and for our program that we're going to be administering on at the location, HHS caseworker offices. So Mercy is going to be dedicating 2 spaces for caseworkers associated with the program that I'll talk about here in a minute, and large outdoor gathering space to go with that. And this is going to be our first project out of the gate for our PCGC Master Plan development standards and design guidelines. So the architecture landscape will have that as its background. So we're going through that process right now with Mercy and their architect to come up with a beautiful project with landscape that is in keeping with the development standards and guidelines that you approved back in April. So this is just the proposed site plan. So we've oriented, to reorient you now, so we've rotated the site. So Bell Road is to the right. First is along the main, I guess, upper section of the parcel there. The buildings are oriented to First. 3-story apartment buildings here, community building, and these are 3-story apartment buildings, and then the 2-story, 7 townhouses is at the lower section of the property. The outdoor spaces and protected areas that are kind of enclosed by the architecture with the laundry and maintenance building, top lot areas, and some green spaces on the opposite side and kind of hidden and protected from the traffic on First. So back to the funding plan. So Mercy is responsible for obtaining and managing the funding to construct and operate the proposed multifamily facility. So they're going to run with it from here. Total development cost that they've given us is at $37.7 million. The primary source of that funding on their side is anticipated to be the 9% low-income housing tax credits, supplemented by conventional mortgage and grants obtained by Mercy and the county. So of that $37.7 million, the county financial consideration that we're proposing to you today is at $7,956,831, which the components of which are the value of the county-owned land. That's a unique attribute of what we have with the government center, being able to use that, the county-owned land. No place like home, state grant development funds, allocation of currently unused existing sewer and traffic mitigation credits, development and processing fee offsets. I'll talk a little bit about more of those here in a minute. And secondly, that the board, you've given us direction on both the No Place Like Home application and on this community development block grant application. So those are out, and we're waiting for responses back from the state for a considerable amount of the funding that the state has for programs for affordable housing projects like this one. And then allocation dedication to the project of existing housing vouchers. So low-income housing tax credits. So approval today would provide Mercy the county's financial commitments necessary for us to go and submit to the Tax Credit Allocation Committee on July 1st. Obviously, the tax credits are designed to assist in development of affordable housing projects, much like this one. The obtaining low-income housing tax credits is a competitive process, so the partnership with the local jurisdiction is critical, and we feel that the considerations that we've got today, and with Mercy's input and their background, we feel very comfortable that what's currently in the application or this financial consideration level does make us a competitive application to get the tax credits. Let's see. So again, yeah, we're due July 1st for those things, and so with your approval today, we'll be ready to go for that application. Mercy has provided a comprehensive list of the various components that go into it's in part of your attachment B, so we're ready to talk to any of those items if you've got questions. But attachment B, the sources and uses information, breaks down both the construction and permanent loans and the components of those, both for where Mercy is getting the sources, for funding sources, and then how those are going to be allocated across the project for both construction and getting to leasing of the apartments and units at the facility. We've had outside consultants review the information, so we feel very comfortable that the figures meet and match where the various levels need to be for similar projects and with the same configuration, if you will, for financials. Mercy has gone out to 4 general contractors to review pricing for the project. So those numbers built in, and I think the construction by itself, I mentioned there, is at $28 million. So they've gone out and vetted that number with several contractors that have expertise in affordable housing, and they've come back with that number and feel very comfortable that that's the correct number at this time to move ahead with. So again, the numbers have been generated. There are certain limits that state and federal agencies have that they've talked to us about, and those meet those limits for those upper thresholds, if you will, or those thresholds for those dollar amounts, again, in the sources and uses information that you've been provided. So to talk about the county financial considerations, so again, this is the $7.96 million county financial consideration that we're proposing. These are the elements of that. So, and these next items that the board has seen before as we came to you with the option agreement proposal back in last year. But we've gotten a favorable appraisal on land at $1.8 million. So again, that would be, the land would be provided under terms of what would be a potential 99-year ground lease for $1 per year moving ahead. Board granted authority to execute that ground lease by the Director of Facilities Management in 2018. So moving ahead, that long-term arrangement would be, if all these things are fall into place, that we'd be able to execute that moving ahead. The No Place Like Home program, so that application both on the competitive and non-competitive side is at $2.751 million. And these are funds for development of permanent housing, so specifically for projects like this in need of mental health services and those that are experiencing or are at risk for homelessness. So HHS has obviously partnered with Mercy and the facility. We'll be partnering with the facility moving ahead, so there will be case management associated with those folks that are associated with the 20 of the project's units. Those will be set aside for those of the 7920 units will be set aside for that program. This is our first project-based voucher location. So we've, in working with HHS, the Housing Authority, are going to be dedicated 20 of the units to have vouchers moving ahead. So it's our first for affordable housing that we've got this opportunity. And just that last line, that the subsidy to support those 20 units will be the subsidy for the No Place Like Home program for a minimum of 20 years. So those go hand in hand with the subsidy and the voucher in that program for No Place Like Home. Board gave us direction to move ahead with an application for the Community Development Block Grant of $1.8 million. And those have been, those are funds set aside for projects similar to this where we need funds or there's needed funds for improvements, and in this case, off-site improvements for roadway and infrastructure for the project. And the application has been submitted. We're hoping to hear this month on the results of that. So we've got our fingers crossed. We'll see what happens there. So then the next several items that these are new to the board that we're bringing forward, proposing, working in conjunction with the various groups within the county and with Mercy to come up with kind of this strategy for what would be the additional financial considerations by the county. The first of which is for traffic and sewer mitigation or traffic mitigation sewer connection fees of $718,000. And we're basically that number offsets all of what would be required for the Mercy project. So offsetting 100% of traffic and sewer connection fees. And these are accrued credits. So we call these credits. We've got credits and offsets as part of the project. So credits meaning that for previously removed buildings at the government center and existing vacant buildings at the government center that we're applying those credits for traffic and sewer for those previous and vacated uses of the campus. So the offsets have to do with capital facilities, parks and recreation, animal control facilities fees of $521,000. So again, 100% offset of all the development fees required for the project. So the plan approval commits funds from the Housing Trust Fund, where we have funds available for these types of projects. We'll talk a little bit about that here in just a moment. And the Housing Trust Fund program guidelines does that this kind of application does meet the guidelines, and we feel very comfortable that this is a very appropriate project to use the offsets and fees and pay for those through the Housing Trust Fund for this particular project. The development and processing fees offsets of $185,000. So again, 100% of what would be the internal building department, planning department, those fees that would be typically for developers coming in needing to process their project. Offset of all of those fees, again, 100% of those fees. And then again, the Housing Trust Fund for the offset would be how we would pay for those. And again, Placer County Code and General Plan Policy would support or does support this kind of an application for the funds. Just the last item there on the Housing Trust Fund that for Western and Eastern Placer County, we currently have $1.4 million available. I think it's probably jumped up a little bit, but this is as of May 10th. That with the combined offsets that we just talked about of $706,000 that taken from or used from the Housing Trust Fund, the remaining balance would be $708,092. Just a couple of other considerations kind of outside of the funding plan. First Street improvements, so where we have needs. So with Mercy's project, they have conditions of approval that will require them to provide the improvements per the standards and guidelines in the master plan to improve First Street from Bell down to Professional. And for the other side of the street, as part of the master plan, the county, we estimate that we would need about $1.25 million to complete the other half of the road. The improvements for Mercy's side and the improvements needed on the opposite side do not preclude Mercy from moving ahead. So we're currently looking for state funding for this amount. So we'll keep you posted as we move ahead with that. But the improvements, again, do not preclude Mercy from moving ahead. So the roadway that's currently there will continue to be used on the opposite side of the street, and Mercy will improve their side. And then just the last item there, that our internal county costs for $88,000 for management, real estate counsel, and property parcelization costs up to this point for the last year, and moving ahead to where we can execute the ground lease that we've requested at the fiscal year 1920 proposed budget, moving ahead with that number. So with that, I'll take questions, and again, we've got the full team here to answer questions as need be.
Great, thank you, Paul. All right,
Sure.
any questions from the board? No, then we will go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anyone like to comment on the project? Yes, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Joe. I'm a staff attorney at Legal Services of Northern California. I believe Herb Whitaker, my managing attorney, has been here before to discuss this project. I'm here on his behalf just to say briefly, we, broadly speaking, support the staff recommendation for the funding for this project. In particular because the proposal incorporates multiple funding sources, and in particular because accounting funding would be necessary for the low-income housing tax credit approval or application to go through. And so for these reasons, we support the staff recommendation and hope that the county will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Jeff Riley. I'm with Mercy Housing. I just wanted to say thank you for your continued support of the project, and also thank you very much for the dedicated staff who really put in a lot of time and energy to make this project possible. So thank you for your support of and commitment to affordable housing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we will close public comment. Any comments from the board?
Yes, first of all, I just want to thank staff for working on this, and thanks for meeting with me and explaining the whole process. I'm really excited about moving forward with this, and I would like to make a motion if it's appropriate at this time.
All right. We can take a motion. We can continue discussing if you'd like. All right, so we have a motion.
Motion to approve project funding plan for the proposed Placer County Government Center multi-family workforce housing project at the First Street property at the Placer County Government Center.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we don't need a roll call? No. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the work that you're doing to make this project happen. I calculated it's like $477,000 per unit. That's affordable. So, you know, I say that, I probably should have said it earlier, but it is really, really difficult to make these projects pencil out so that we can have affordable housing in our communities. So it takes all of this money to do that. So when we're talking affordable, know that we have to step up and find the ways to utilize state and county and private money to make this work. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, with that, we will move back to item 7A, correct? And this is Public Works award contracts and negotiate terms for timber and biomass products, French Meadows Forest Restoration Project.
Yes. Honorable Chairman and Board, Brett Story from Public Works, before you again today. First thing I want to say about this is it's not a typical procurement and agreement process that the county does. We are entering into we've already entered in agreements with the Forest Service to do operations we don't normally do. So we've sort of learned a lot, and we're growing as we learn. And I want to pay particular thanks to Bob Bigney, the buyer, and Brett Wood, Director of Procurement, for their patience in moving us through this process. And I want to especially thank County Councils Rob Sandman and County Council for the support, advice, and consultation through this process. And you're going to see that's a little bit complicated for you all to accept and reject a number of bids, but it's the nature of what happens in the forest. It's not as easy as building affordable housing that we just heard, right? That was all easy, right? And the other piece of this is it's been far easier to raise the funds and go through the environmental process than actually have contractors work in the forest. So that should tell you about how complicated this has become. But we're working through it, and I think we have solutions for you all. Here we are. So just a couple of reminder slides for the board. This board approved a master stewardship agreement with the Tahoe National Forest in January of 2018, which allows us to do projects in the forest together. This board also approved a supplemental project agreement, what's known as a SPA, with the Tahoe National Forest later that year in 2018, where they gave nearly $2 million for the project and some other work. On May 14th of this year, your board approved Master Stewardship Agreement SPA Modification number 1, and this is all Forest Service terminology, so they are just as bad as we are when it comes to all this stuff, but it makes sense as you work through it. And what that did was authorize Placer County to perform the operations. So today, staff is requesting that you award contracts to begin those operations. So that's the background. A little more background. Again, I just showed this slide a couple of weeks ago where the project is. It's at the head of our watershed in French Meadows around the reservoir, part of our Middle Fork project. It's about 22,000 acres of public land at the top of that watershed. Our intention over the next 4 years is to remove about 10 million board feet of timber and utilize that. I'll talk about that in a minute. About 30,000 bone dry tons of biomass to energy, renewable energy. Again, 4 years on the ground mechanical work through these agreements. There's 8 to 10 years of prescribed fire that the Forest Service will perform with other contractors. That's not part of our job, but it's also helpful when you get down to the cost of doing 22,000 acres. We can't get equipment in certain areas, and therefore, once you thin it out, you can do prescribed fire, which makes it a little more affordable, although the price of that is also going up. We are going to save tons of air pollutants, and greenhouse gas benefits. And you'll recall a couple of meetings, or last meeting, you approved a contract or an agreement with the Air Pollution Control District. Should they get mitigation dollars from Bickford Ranch, those mitigation dollars would go towards this project because we'd be optimizing their goals, and many of you sit on that board as well. And it also supports another 10,000 acres of private land checkerboard in the area that's also undergoing operations. So in the end, we'll have about 30,000 or 35,000 acres that will have been treated. Hopefully we will not have a catastrophic fire when we're all done, and that's really the goal, to save the watershed, the water, the animals, the recreation, et cetera, et cetera. Now to the complicated part. You've read the staff memo, and I'm going to briefly discuss what it is we're asking you to do today. We did have in the background, we did have a list of contractors that responded to an RFP, and we had 3 on there. So we asked them to bid on this year's project. And it turns out we asked them a second time too, because we had to do a little more clarification. So ultimately, in today's action, we're going to ask the board to reject 2 of 3 bids for task order number 1, and 1 of 2 bids for task order number 1 rebid for the RFQ 100062 for the French Meadows tree thinning qualified list. Then what we're going to ask, we'd like you to do, request you to do, is approve the awards for the remaining bids for task order 1 and for task order 1 rebid for that same RFQ for the 2 project implementation agreements listed below to perform the designated work for this year's work on the French Meadows project. Further, we'd like you to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contracts and any contract change orders up to 10% of the individual contract amounts. And the contracts are with Volcano Creek Logging, Inc., which you heard earlier this morning in the RCDs. They utilize them. They're going to take several more than 8 logs out on our project that they took out for them, but they're a good contractor. And that amount is $756,075 to perform mastication operations. And mastication is simply sort of shredding the trees, the smaller trees in areas. And we have a variety of things, as I briefed you before, on what's going on in this project. And these contracts are one of several you'll be seeing this summer. This is just the first half of the project that we had ready to go today. The second contract is with Robinson Enterprises in the amount of $1,247,926 to perform mechanical thinning, which is a lot of those larger than what you saw from the RCD today, of performing mostly logging operations, as well as road work, because we have to prepare the roads before we can put that heavy equipment on them, and then we have to finish the roads back after we work on that to keep the forest in good shape for everything else that goes on. And additionally, we'd like you to request that you authorize the county executive officer or designee to negotiate and approve terms for the sale of forest timber products to SBI, as well as biomass products to Rio Bravo Rockland. So we're using local, the shortest drive we can, because we want to be as efficient as possible from the products resulting from those agreements. And we're utilizing this year's market rates on those two contracts. They change from year to year. In fact, they change sometimes from summer to winter to fall, et cetera. So we've locked in some rates. We expect to get about $1.3 million in timber receipts, meaning once the timber is sent there, they will actually send us money, and that will help pay for, that's part of the dollars that will help pay for the project. And we expect between $150,000 and $200,000 in biomass revenue, again, for the same. The dollars for all this, as outlined in the staff report, come from a number of grants that you've already approved and one you're going to approve here shortly. It comes from money from the Middle Fork project, which of course the county and PCWA both contribute to. It comes from funding you authorized earlier today in a consent item from the Nature Conservancy, private donors, as well as the National Fish and Wildlife, can't think, Robert, Foundation, I'm sorry. There's some money from the foundation as well as the Forest Service. And we essentially have 3 full years of funding for this project. So everything we spend this year, we still have plenty of money left. It's either reimbursable grants, or it's budgeted, or it's money that we already have on account with the Forest Service. So all of the fiscal dollars are there to perform. We are also working to get the out years funded, but we're taking this, we have 3 years now. Once we launch this project, I'll go back to work raising money for the rest of the years. But right now we need to get this project moving forward. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have for
Great.
action.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Robert?
Question I should have asked the RCD this morning, but critical, so you're the only one left. Do you know how they're doing with their project with regards to continued maintenance after the initial work is done?
The specific project, or just in general that they are working on,
Well,
RCD?
Generally that's a big deal.
Right.
We can do these projects, but if we don't maintain them, it's in the long run a waste of money.
Right. So I can tell you what happens with. I'm not as familiar with RCD's projects, but I know most of the projects that work within the Placer County Fire Safe Alliance, which are we contribute money from the Middle Fork project for those grants, some of those grants. And maintenance is allowed, and everyone now is understanding that they've got to think through not only the projects, but the maintenance of project. This particular grant that you're going to hear next, we actually have a 25-year obligation. And so it really depends on the dollars you accept and the type of agency that's working forward. But most agencies now are clearly understanding that maintenance of these items is as critical as the initial project. In general, foresters will tell you, depending on what elevation and what levels, somewhere between 5 and 7% growth comes back each and every year. The intention for this project is that we will always go back and do the hazard trees around the recreational areas as a part of our FERC license. We are also interested in improving and moving out, depending on how long I stay here. We're looking at a project for Hellhole as well, and a project for the transmission lines. So we're looking to expand on this. The idea would be, hopefully someday from the top of the watershed to the bottom, you have a linked series of projects that are all connected and that and maintenance continues. We also have, we are planning to do through prescribed fire over time. That is the Forest Service's preference, and cost-wise and good for the environment, let's say. You want to be careful about how much you take logs out, for example, but there are areas where you may need to go back in. This project actually, one of the areas we're going to do next summer is a research area where I have to leave the mess in certain acres, and I'm scared to death of that. And so I've already asked the researchers from UC Merced, when can I go back in there? Thinking, I can do that in a year or two. And they were like kind of trying to tell me 5 to 10 years. And that's simply because of the research that we're doing. Now, luckily they're away from the campgrounds. They're pretty far up there, and there would be islands essentially to do that. But Generally, it's every 5 years, again, depending on the elevation and what's on your land. It's a long answer to your short question.
No, but people, it sounds like the industry, if you will, is now considering with projects the ongoing maintenance.
Well, and the people who are handing out grant dollars are locking it in to your obligation. If you accept this money, you must do this maintenance. So you need to plan that out, not just in your operational plans, but in your NEPA and CEQA. You gotta put that in there.
Good.
You don't want to do that again.
Great, thanks.
Let's see, no other questions? I will open this up to the public. Any comments from the public? All right, we'll close public comment, and what is the will of the board?
Move approval.
Second? All right. Do we move approval as in the?
I'm going to ask Karen to help us.
Walk us through.
Yeah, walk it all out. As in the agenda. All right, so we will first reject 2 of 3 bids for task order 1 and 1 of 2 bids for task order 1 rebid for RFQ 1062 for the French Meadows tree thinning qualified list. And I heard a motion from somebody. Robert?
I'll second.
Okay, terrific. All those in favor? Aye. All right, motion passes. Approve the awards of the remaining bids for task order 1 and task order 1 rebid for RFQ 1062 and for the 2 project implementation agreements listed below to perform the designated work for the 2019 work season for the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contracts and any contract change orders up to 10% of the individual contract amounts, including Volcano Creek Logging, Inc., in the amount of $756,075, perform mastication, and Robinson Enterprises, Inc., in the amount of $1,247,926, perform mechanical thinning and road work. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. And no opposition. And number 3, authorize the county executive officer or designee to negotiate and approve terms for the sale of forest timber and biomass products resulting from the agreements. Move approval by Holmes and Gustafson second. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And now it's time to raise money and then go on vacation, or vice versa, right?
Well, I have one more item today.
One more item today? You're not done yet. All right, then we will go to item 10, Health and Human Services. 10A, Housing Coordinator Services Contract with AMI.
Yes, hello. I am Amy Ellis. Good morning, Vice Chair Gore and the rest of the board. So I am bringing forward today, I'm also here with Jennifer Price from AMI, who these items are impacting. So we have 2 action items today to award the request for proposal number 100122 for Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated. Approve a contract for, and then second, to approve a contract for services related to the RFP with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $529,492 to provide housing coordination services from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $52,949, consistent with subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So in October of 2016, with board direction, HHS initiated contracts with 2 separate vendors to assess if housing coordination services would benefit the community. The goal was to assist people with finding housing and develop more landlords willing to work with low-income, at-risk of homeless, and homeless households. There were a variety of services provided to clients, such as budgeting, moving assistance, deposits, credit checks, etc. But in addition, support was provided directly to the landlords. Landlords like having someone to call when they need help with tenants and vacancies. The housing coordinators have developed relationships that have proven beneficial for landlords and tenants. The housing coordinators work with both local emergency shelters and homeless outreach teams. Since July 2018, the two programs had assisted 165 people. They have recruited 52 landlords, and 97 people have been assisted into permanent housing and 8 into transitional housing. So in 2018, HHS enlisted the assistance of the Procurement Service Division to develop an RFP to coordinate these efforts under a single agency. So we received 4 proposals, and the panel scored, and the most points went to Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing. AMI has performed similar service for the county with good results. HHS moved forward with negotiating a contract to provide housing coordination services that has been brought forward to your board today for approval. The fiscal impact, we have funding of $264,746 for the first year budgeted at 28% of state and federal funding and 72% of county general funds, all of which has been appropriately budgeted. These contracts are on file with the clerk of the board for your review. Any questions?
Any questions? No, all right, we'll open it up to the public. Any comments from the public? Let's close public comment, that's terrific. And since Ms. Ellis already read both motions, do we have to read them again?
You have to read them again, but you do need to take separate actions to award the bid.
All right, let's take separate actions. So we can start with action, let's see, 10A1. May I have a motion?
Okay, I move 10A1, Housing Coordinator Services Contract with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated. Award request to...
Award the bid.
What?
Awarding the bid.
Yeah, awarding the bid.
All right, and a second?
Second.
All right, those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes, terrific. And then we want to approve, as stated earlier, item 10A2.
Yes, I move we approve a contract for services related to RFP number 100122 with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing in the amount of $5,000.
It's not
Well,
easy,
since
is
she
it?
already said it, and dot, dot, dot,
Yeah,
right?
all
Is
that,
that okay?
right.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion from Supervisor Holmes and seconded by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. All right, and nobody opposed. Thank you. That motion passes, and now it's the Amy Ellis show. So
Yeah.
we will go on to item, well, let's see, 10B 1 and 2, yes?
Yes. Good afternoon again. So I don't know if I have to state it again for the record each time. Do I? Okay. Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. Okay, 2 action items. First, to adopt the County Mental Health Service Act Plan Annual Update for fiscal year 18-19. And second, to approve the expenditure plan for fiscal year 18-19 in the amount of $15,901,971. So Placer County receives funding, has received funding and implemented the services as mandated and regulated by the State-Funded Mental Health Services Act. These annual updates and expenditure plans are created by community and county participants of the Campaign for Community Wellness Steering Committee. They're put out for public comment for a 30-day review period, and they are presented at a public hearing on May 31st at the Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board meeting. One public comment was received by Health and Human Services that encouraged us to present our data in our annual report in both a distinct by provider and an aggregate view of the services, which we have done and will do in the future. We will be implementing, I just said that. MHSA funding in fiscal year 18-19 expanded intensive mental health services, offered crisis services to approximately 3,100 clients, funded 2 housing developments, and provided permanent supportive housing to 17 individuals. It allowed us to offer staff and provider development and trainings, make several facility and technological improvements, provided prevention and early intervention services through several community-based organizations, and helped fund our innovative whole person care program. Mental Health Services Act revenues of $15.9 million and the accompanying expenditures have been included in the department's fiscal year 18-19 budget, and no county general funds are required. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? And any questions from the public? Didn't think so. All right. What is the will of the board?
I move we adopt the County Mental Health Services Act Plan Annual Update for 1819.
We have a motion and a second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. No opposition. All right, motion passes. Thank you, and we will move on to 10C.
Did you need the expenditure plan?
We need to approve the
Oh,
expenditures.
sorry. Well, all right.
We approve the expenditure plan for fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $50,901,971.
And a second? Second. All right. And all those in favor? Aye.
We'll get through this.
That's right. I want to move it along, but boy, you've got to read every single word. All right, now we'll go to 10C.
Yes, Amy Ellis again with the Adult System of Care, bringing forward 2 action items. First, to approve an amendment with North Valley Behavioral Health to increase the contract by $65,000 for an overall total contract amount not to exceed $4,807,884 through June 30th, 2019, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, consistent with subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. The second, to approve an agreement with North Valley Behavioral Health in an amount not to exceed $10,160,914 from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So this past year, an RFP was awarded to North Valley Behavioral Health to provide psychiatric health facility services at the Kirby Hills, Roseville location. They began on October 1st, 2018. This transition from one provider to the next has been successful as Placer County continues to serve its residents experiencing a mental health crisis who are in need of temporary, stabilizing acute care. During the first 6 months of operation, North Valley has admitted and discharged 137 patients. Of these 137 individuals, only 5%, or 8, were readmitted within 30 days of discharge. And the average length of stay for a patient has decreased by 10% from October to March, demonstrating a commitment to minimize lengths of stay at this high level of care and provide safe discharge to lower levels of care or back into the patient's community and natural setting. With respect to the amendment request, it was jointly determined in January of 2019 by ASOC and North Valley Behavioral Health to restructure the staffing model of psychiatric coverage in the PUF, with ASOC withdrawing 0.5 FTE of county psychiatry coverage. This 0.5 FTE was reallocated to the outpatient clinic to cover a vacancy of a psychiatrist who had resigned at that time. North Valley Behavioral Health agreed to then assume the additional 0.5 FTE of psychiatry in the PUF from February to June of 2019, resulting in additional costs not accounted for in the original agreement. The fiscal impact, the amendment will increase $65,000 for fiscal year 18-19, which is a 67% in state and federal funding and 33% in county general funds. This cost and related revenue are included in the 18-19 ASOC approved budget. The fiscal year 19-21 agreement includes $5,080,457 for fiscal year 19-20 and the same amount for fiscal year 20 through 21. The annual funding consists of 67% state federal funding and 33% in general fund. These amounts have been budgeted appropriately. The amendment and contract are on file with the clerk of the board, or if there are any questions.
All right, any questions? Questions from the public? Bring it back to the board, and may I have a motion, and of course, for item 10C1, and since
You can take them both together.
I can take them both together.
both together.
Eventually, I will learn when I can do them separately and when I can take them together. But since Ms. Ellis already read them out loud, all right. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed. Terrific. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 10D.
Yes.
We're at, all right.
Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. So I am bringing forward one action item to approve an agreement with Willow Glen Care Center Incorporated, located in Yuba City, California. This provides adult residential treatment services for mentally disabled adults for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021 for a total amount not to exceed $1.2 million, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So since 1999, Willow Glen Care Center has served Placer County in providing excellent coordinated residential care and specialized programs in a safe and supportive environment for adults and older adults with severe and persistent mental illness. These comprehensive services help individuals with chronic and severe mental illness who are too disabled to live independently, but are able to live successfully in these structured living environments. From the period of March 2018 to 2019, Willow Glen served 9 individuals from Placer at its treatment facilities. These individuals are continuing to learn skills which allow them to successfully live even more independently in the future. Most, if not all, of these individuals would otherwise be cared for in a higher level locked facility, which would be unnecessarily restrictive and significantly more expensive. Of the 9 individuals that were served, 8 of them remained or were moved to lower levels of care as a result of the care and treatment received by Willow Glen. Only 1 required higher level of treatment. Fiscal impact: the agreement includes $600,000 for fiscal year 19 to 21, and the same for 20 through 21. Annually, funding consists of 60% in county general funds and 40% in federal and state revenues. These amounts have been appropriately budgeted. The agreement's on file with the clerk of the board for review. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll open it to the public, and we'll close public comment. And do we have a motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed. Terrific. And it looks like one last one, which is item 10E.
Yes. Again, Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. One action item today to approve an agreement with YOLO Continuum Care, Community Care Continuum from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021 for the provision of crisis residential services for a total contract amount not to exceed $2,817,146, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. YCCC, or we also call it Cornerstone here, has been providing crisis residential services to county residents at the Roseville Kirby Hills site since June 16, 2015. It began with a capacity of 9 beds and has grown to now 14 beds. This allows us to divert more individuals away from more expensive psychiatric health facility hospitalizations. Many of the clients admitted also experience significant challenges with substance abuse and homelessness in addition to their mental disorder. This short-term treatment option offers assistance and hope to address each of these challenges toward individual recovery. During fiscal year 17-18, Cornerstone admitted and served 345 clients in the program with an average length of stay of 9 days. Of the 345 patients served, only 5 required transition to a higher level of care while receiving treatment. In addition, only 7% of the 345 individuals receiving treatment required readmission into the program 30 days post-discharge. The crisis residential level of treatment will continue to be utilized as a cost-saving and an appropriate service for our community, thus bringing forward the renewal of this contract. The fiscal impact: the agreement includes $1,388,573 for fiscal year 19-20 and $1,428,573 for fiscal year 2021. Annual funding consists of 51% in federal and state revenues and 49% in county general funds. These have been appropriately budgeted. The agreement's on file. Any questions?
Actually, I do have a quick question. That is, at the Kirby Hills facility, so Cornerstone has 14 beds. Are there other beds run by other services?
Yeah, so at our facility is our outpatient services ran by county staff. Then we have Cornerstone, which is our contracted crisis reg, which can keep people up to 30 days, but we try to aim for shorter stays. And then we also have the psychiatric health facility that we talked about earlier today that is a 16-bed, and that's when you're placed on a 5150 hold.
Okay, so about 30 beds plus outpatient.
Correct.
Great, thank you. No other questions? Any questions from the public? We'll bring it back to the board. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All right, thank you very much, Amy, and the Health and Human Services team. You all do a lot of hard work. We appreciate it. All right, we will go on to item 11A, which is the Yankee Gyms Road over North Fork American River Bridge Replacement Project. Award pre-construction services contract with Flatiron West, Inc.
Yes, good morning. My name is Kevin Ordway. I'm with the Department of Public Works, and I'm here today to talk to you about our Yankee Gyms Bridge Replacement Project. And specifically, we're going to be asking you to adopt a resolution awarding the request for qualifications number 100158 to Flatiron West Incorporated, and execute contract number 001007 to Flatiron West Incorporated for pre-construction services for the Yankee Gyms Bridge in the amount of $891,587, and also authorize the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute future contract amendments up to an amount of $89,159 as needed. To bring you up to speed on the Yankee Gyms Road Bridge, it's kind of in a remote location. I have a slide here. It's located halfway between Forest Hill and Colfax at the bottom of the North Fork of the American River Canyon. It has a one-lane dirt road that leads in and out of the canyon, and it was highlighted in 2012 when the Roberts Fire happened. Fire crews responded from I-80 side, got down to the bridge, and got stuck. The bridge has a load limit of 3 tons and could not be crossed. So we immediately began the efforts of getting this bridge replaced. It's 100% funded by federal funds for all eligible costs. The problem is it's in a really tricky place to build a bridge. Access is problematic, just getting there, and then once you do get there, having all your equipment to build the bridge. And then it's also, it's a historic gold route. We actually bought this whole roadway from the Colfax Forest Hill Gold Company around the turn of the century. They owned a toll road. I think we paid $7,000 in gold coins for the rights to the bridge they had. In the early 1900s, the bridge that was there either burned down or washed out, depending on who you ask, and the county surveyor replaced it with the existing bridge in 1930. It's actually a bridge in a box from Roebling Steel, and Carnegie Steel manufactured the towers. So we have a lot of stakeholder interest in this bridge, and we want to be prudent and get the best project that we can for all invested parties, including the users and the stakeholders down there. So what we've come up with is a new project delivery method where we incorporate the contractor in the design phase. Rather than we guess and then put it out to bid, we've selected a contractor, and it's called Construction Manager General Contractor. And so during pre-construction services, we call the contractor the construction manager. They were selected on qualifications, and they will work with us to come up with constructability ideas, innovative ideas, ways of limiting our environmental footprint, or creative ways of constructing. When we get near construction, they're able to give us a bid. And if it's reasonable and we can come to agreement, we'll just give them the contract. If we don't feel it's reasonable, we can take what they call the off-ramp, and we would put it out to bid. If they do become the contractor, that's the GC part. At that point, we'll come back to your board with a new contract to make them the general contractor. And just a couple more slides. This is looking at the bridge. It's a 210-foot span. It does swing. If you grab it, you can swing it back and forth. It doesn't give you a good feeling to drive over it. And then this is kind of some shots of the roadway going down. Those are stacked rock walls, and we believe some of them are actually from the Gold Rush era, when this was originally constructed. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I move we make it a toll bridge. Just thinking. Sorry.
Obviously, no real questions, just commentary.
Okay.
Any questions from the public? All right, we'll close public comment. Thank you for the history lesson. That was actually very interesting to learn. And do we have a motion from Supervisor Holmes, which I think you already read the motion, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, and do we have a second?
Second.
Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. And we will move on to item 11B. He's back.
Too bad Supervisor Euler wasn't here. He was perhaps on the board back then, like your other comments. Thought I had to throw that in. Sorry. It's getting late in the day. Honorable Chairman and Board, Brett Story, Public Works. For my final item today, what you see before you is to approve a grant agreement with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to utilize $1 million in a multi-year grant funding for, the French Meadows Restoration Project, which I briefed earlier, and to authorize the county executive officer or designee to sign the agreement. A little bit about the grant. These are funds from the California Proposition 1 and Proposition 68, which are in direct support of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy's Watershed Improvement Program, which we've been working with them for years on trying to implement projects, and we now have one of the first projects. There's many projects that are going this year, but I think we're probably the first one to start since we start tomorrow. I wanted to also let you know that we have pre-op meetings with the Forest Service Monday. I think it's, what day is today? So, yeah, it's yesterday. To talk about the rules and obligations we must perform. They have only cleared us to do one small area because, again, as I mentioned earlier, there's still snow up there. So we're going to start in the French Meadows campground, where half the campground has been not able to be reserved specifically for us. We're going to do a bunch of work before the 4th of July. We're going to take 10 days off so that people can camp there. And then after the 4th of July, we'll do the other half of that campground. I'll bring you agreements for the rest of the campgrounds another time when we get that bid done. But I wanted to point that out, that we're specific to this grant. There's two things that they are paying for, and that is the removal of biomass to a renewable energy facility. As I briefed earlier, we're going to be taking that to Rio Bravo. And the second is to perform what's known as release mastication in an area of about 410 acres of the former Star Fire, which burned there. Since that fire, the Forest Service has planted conifers to regrow the forest there. And when we looked at this project, one of the things we looked at is, my gosh, those things are getting overwhelmed by the brush that's grown up in the years since they've done that, and it's hampering the growth of those conifers. So what part of our project is, we're going to perform our contractors to clear up all of the brush and small trees that don't belong there to allow those conifers to give them another 2 or 3 years to really get healthy. And there'll be a prescribed fire in there in a couple years. So we're trying to give them the best chance possible. And the unique part about it is, if you've ever been there, as you drive in, it's on a state game reserve as well. And so there's a lot of game in there, and they need the forest to grow up for it to become healthier. But it's like the first thing you see before you get to the project, and it's like this brushy area that just looks awful because there was a fire there. So you can see our project is performing a number of things to try to affect not just logging and thinning, but to try to help the overall health of the forest. This $1 million will need to be used in the seasons of 2019, 2020, and 2021. And specific to the biomass portion, the contracts you just awarded half hour ago, where they're going to be doing the thinning and logging, I would bill that sort of work to the Forest Service or to one of the other grants. And then when the contractor takes that material, grinds it up, and hauls it down to Rio Bravo, that portion I would actually bill to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. It's very specific in these grants, but it allows myself the ability to draw from a number of funds and put that together so that we have seamless payments and seamless agreements that allow us to do multiple things, and it's all covered by a number of, as I pointed out earlier, by a number of cost awards and grant agreements and budgeted items. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions you might have about this particular agreement or the project. One more shot at it.
All right, any more questions for Mr. Story? Open it to the public, close public comment, and we have a motion to approve and a second from Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. All right.
Thank you very much.
Passes. Thank you very much. Now go on your vacation and raise money for more forest restoration projects. We move on to item 12A, and this is Human Resources creation of a public health. No. Oh, I missed 11C. Sorry. So it is the Dry Creek Greenway West Multi-Use Trail Planning and Feasibility Study.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Lisa Carnahan with the Placer County Parks, members of the board, Vice Chair Gore. With me are Jeannie Gandler from the City of Roseville and Liz Diamond from Dawkin. And this presentation will cover the planning and feasibility study for the Dry Creek Greenway West Multi-Use Trail. This feasibility study looked at the possibilities for a 3-mile-long paved multi-use trail along the Dry Creek corridor, which would connect to the county's portion of the existing trail to the west, from Willerga to Cookriolo, and then to the east to Riverside Avenue in Roseville. And this corridor was identified as a part of the vision for the trail network within the county's Dry Creek Greenway Regional Vision from 2008. Both the Dry Creek West Placer and Granite Bay Community Plans, the County Transportation Planning Agency's Regional Bikeway, Roseville's Bikeway Master Plan, as well as the Parks and Trails Master Plan. As you can see here, it's located in southwest Placer County. You have the area that we're talking about today is that pink box. The entire green trail area is about a 70-mile loop that extends through Placer County and down through Sacramento County and includes the American River Parkway, the Ueda Parkway, the Dry Creek Parkway. And if you look to the west of that pink box, that's where the existing trail within Placer County is, and it runs through Morgan Creek subdivision, was constructed by the Morgan Creek subdivision back in the early 2000s. And then west of that and connecting down to the Dry Creek Park, the trail will go through both the Riolo Vineyards specific plan and the Placer Vineyards specific plan, so right in here. And then we'll connect down to the Dry Creek Parkway here. And then over on this side, there's a little part that's already constructed from the city of Roseville out to the Tree Lake Park area. And with that, I'm going to shorten this up and give it over to Liz Diamond from Dawkin, and she's going to walk you through what we've gone in the process, and then she'll wrap it up and send it over to me for the action item.
Thank you, Lisa, and again, Liz Diamond with Dawkin Engineering. Thank you for having me here today. The study corridor is shown here, as Lisa said, is along Dry Creek from Cookriolo Road to Riverside Avenue. Both ends of the trail area, or the corridor study area, would connect to existing trails on the Cookriolo side, which is to your left on the slide, or the west side of the area, would connect to obviously Cookriolo Road, but also to the Dry Creek Trail that connects to the roadway there. On the east side, or the right-hand side of your slide, is Riverside Avenue, and the trail would connect to, the planned trail being developed by Roseville, the Dry Creek Greenway East Trail that is in environmental review right now, and the Miners Ravine Trail. The goal of the study is to begin to transform the concept that's been included in all the plans that Lisa mentioned, to transform it from concept to reality. And we do that through a variety of preliminary engineering steps to try to find a viable route that can be both built, is feasible, compatible with the neighborhood environment, and can be competitive for future grant funds. So this study is the first step of many steps. The study itself had many tasks. Starting with gathering information such as floodplain maps, existing utilities, and right-of-way information. This information gathering also included getting out in the field with staff and with property owners, and especially engaging and listening to the public, because these are the people who best know the area. This guided us in developing the potential alignments and the evaluation of those alignments, leading to the recommendation that we're presenting today. So I mentioned a very important part of the process was public engagement, and in addition to the traditional methods, workshops, mailers, we did have some additional items such as online virtual workshops, online questionnaires, and we had pop-up events at places where people were already gathered, like at Earth Day or Family Fest or swim nights. And so that was helpful because we'd have a little booth and the people would wander by and you could talk to them about it. Now, in considering the development of the alignments, we considered obviously a number of factors: user concerns such as the grade of the trail, sight lines on the trail, vistas, impacts to property owners, safety for trail users and adjacent property owners, connections to employment centers and schools, constraints such as topography and flooding, and construction, right-of-way, and maintenance costs. Maps were developed for the various study areas along the corridor to share the information with people interested in the process. This map shows the entire corridor and all the alignments we considered, with Cucuriola Road to the left and Riverside Avenue to the right. One of the basic decisions that has to be made is whether the trail should go on the north side or the south side of the creek. So we developed complete alignment options for both, with several variations of each. The northerly alignments are generally shown in green in the exhibit, and the southerly options in salmon. These alignment options included a number of potential crossings of Dry Creek and the various roads between Cucuriola Road and Riverside Avenue. To make the process more manageable, you can see the 6 area boxes that are shown on the map, and that was just so when we collected information and presented in the study, we could kind of blow it up a little and people could focus on the area they were more interested in, and we could keep track a little easier. So as we worked our way through all those various alignments, we evaluated them based on a set of 23 evaluation criteria, considering how each of several factors would affect the potential constituencies, the trail users, the property owners, public safety, etc. Each alignment alternative in each area was ranked in each criteria. Scoring was then summed to determine the beneficial alignment in each area, and the segments were linked together to come up with the recommended alignment, which is shown in purple. Now I'm going to run you very quickly through a blow-up of each area so that you can see where the recommended alignment of the trail is. This is a blow-up of Area 1, which is between Cucuriola Road and the wastewater treatment plant. You'll see to the right of the slide the jurisdictional boundary. So this is primarily an unincorporated county. The recommended alignment in this area starts at Cucuriola Road on the north side of the creek. It passes along Creekview Ranch School and then through undeveloped land along an existing utility easement to the Placer County line, which is the boundary, of the treatment plant. You'll notice on this slide and several others, the little green spurs and the white area. Those are to provide, the green spurs are to provide access to things like the edge of the creek or to the school. The white lines are to show a variation that should be studied in more detail when we get to the next phase of the project development. So for example, in this slide, the white line is showing a variation along the bluff, along the edge of the trees, instead of using the sewer easement area. So when you leave Area 2, you pass by the wastewater treatment plant and the Roseville Corporation Yard. The bridge would take the trail to the south side of the creek and pass through city-owned land along the Corporation Yard. As you move to Area 3, you'll notice we cross again into unincorporated county. The trail would go in currently undeveloped industrial property on the south side of the creek, where a bridge would then carry the path towards Booth Road along what is a city-owned parcel. You'll notice a variation there in white, which would be studied, possibility of using the Atkinson Street Bridge rather than building another bridge. As you enter Area 4 to the north, the path would extend along Booth Road and up Atkinson Street, passing under Foothill Boulevard. That would go into the inside of the Denio Loop and along Foothill Boulevard in a barrier-protected trail area. Due to safety concerns and environmental concerns, the recommended alignment does go along Foothill Boulevard rather than along the creek through the UP rail facility. Now, let me go back. This slide in Area 5, the two bridges, you can see a cross-section there at the top shows the existing cross-section and the bottom shows the proposed, and you'll see to the left of the bottom drawing the barrier-protected area where the trail would be. So we would basically reconfigure the existing space in order to make room for the path to come across those rail tracks. Once you get over the bridge, the trail would come down the roadway and switch back to the creek area where a bridge would take it to the north side, utilizing property that is owned by UP. And you'll see there is an option on the south side in case that doesn't work out. The path would then pass under Vernon Street to connect to Area 6. In Area 6, we're proposing the trail on the north side. You have some very steep banks on the south side and some close proximity to developed parcels. We're showing a variation here to show that you could potentially use an easement that passes through this site or bring the trail closer to the bank. You would then, the trail would then reach Riverside Avenue, where it could pass under the bridge and connect to the planned Dry Creek Greenway East Trail project. A cost estimate was prepared, and it's estimated the trail would cost about $16 million to develop and construct. So that includes your design, environmental review, documentation costs, as well as constructions. The estimate was done recently, so it does reflect the current high-cost environment. It's very competitive out there right now, and that will vary over time. But we do think that the project will be competitive for state and active transportation grants. The study was presented to the Roseville City Council on May 15th. It was presented to the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency on May 22nd. Both of those bodies did accept the study. If your board accepts it today and as funding becomes available, the project would move into the preliminary right-of-way investigation phase, followed by preliminary engineering and environmental documentation. During that phase, the engineering would be refined and the public would have additional opportunity to provide comment. After approval of a final environmental document, the project would move into final right-of-way negotiations and final design, of course, followed by construction as funding allowed. With that, I will turn it back over to Lisa to wrap up.
With that, staff recommends that the board accept the Dry Creek Greenway West Multi-Use Trail Planning and Feasibility Study, and direct staff to continue working with both the City of Roseville and the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency on the next steps for the project. And I can answer any questions you might have at this point in time.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Any questions? I have two. So the crossing under, it would go under Riverside and under Vernon Street. Is that the proposal? Mm-hmm. To actually go underneath the roads there? And
Yes.
Of course not at Foothills, and I understand why. And then that $16 million, you'll look for grants, likely city funds, county funds, however you can cobble dollars together, and probably a portion at a time over many years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I can open up to the public. Don't see anybody else here. And this, you were just asking for direction, correct? Like you want us, whether or not we move forward.
Correct. You know, accept the
Or
feasibility,
accept the feasibility study
and then direct us to move forward in the next steps with City of Roseville and
all right.
CTPA.
Move approval, and a second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Terrific. We move forward. Thank you very much. I can't imagine how long this has taken just to put together the feasibility study.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move to Human Resources, item 12A, and now the creation of the public health well, there is a D, okay, epidemiologist trainee classification. I probably need to start wearing glasses, but I'm going to go as long as I can.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board. You're not the only one who's tripped over that word a couple of times in this process. So I'm here to introduce an ordinance. I'm sorry, Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. I'm here to introduce ordinances creating a new classification of public health epidemiologist trainee. The county has an existing public health epidemiologist classification that determines patterns of disease in the community and works to control epidemics and eradicate diseases. Given the specialized nature of the work, Health and Human Services has identified the need for a trainee classification that would offer some direct work experience and supplement the formal education of recent graduates. Specifically, HHS hopes to leverage the Epidemiologic Fellowship Program administered by the California Department of Public Health. Fellows are typically hired for about 12 months and can be extended for an additional 12 months. Given the limited duration of these placements, the trainee position is recommended for unclassified service and will serve at will of the department head. Upon successful performance at the trainee level, incumbents may compete for a permanent classified position when an epidemiologist vacancy exists. The proposed ordinances establish the trainee classification, create an appropriate salary plan for the position, and allocate one trainee position to public health in Health and Human Services Department. I'm available for any questions you might have.
I have one question as I read this. So the funding would be coming out of the county executive's office and not the public health budget? Because
my understanding, and I think I've lost my HHS
wait a second.
cohorts,
Wait a second. I said that wrong. I just read this wrong. So never mind. Ignore me. It's coming out of likely the public health budget, correct?
Correct. It's my understanding
There
that
you
the
go.
governor's
Sorry.
May revised budget included some funds specific to public health that could be used for this purpose in the fiscal year 1920 budget.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Kate. How many epidemiologists does the county employ?
Just one.
I just wanted to let you know I knew how to say that word.
Good work.
And you would think that I would know, considering I worked for a healthcare organization, epidemiologist. All right, nobody in the public, so looks like
This needs to be read in the record.
this needs to be read in the record. So how about we will introduce an ordinance, waive oral reading, amend the uncodified schedule of classifications and compensation ordinance, and the uncodified allocation of positions to departments ordinance related to the creation of the public health epidemiologist trainee classification and salary grade U16. We have and a second by Supervisor Wygant. Holmes. All right, all those in favor? Aye. All right, motion carries. And it looks like we will now move on to the last two items of our closed session.
The board, yes, the board will now adjourn to closed session to consider items C and D under existing litigation. board met in closed session to consider item C, Kadimi versus Sergeant Nielsen. The board received a report and gave direction. The board heard the item D, AT versus Dry Creek Joint Elementary School District et al. The board heard a report and gave direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
No other work before the board. We can adjourn to whenever our next meeting, which is June 25th. We're adjourned.